Lexington, Kentucky.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Lexington, Kentucky, the Kentucky Horse Park, home of the 2023 Road to the Horse. Welcome, everybody at home watching on Ride Pass. Welcome to everybody here in Lexington, Kentucky that made the trip to All-Tech Arena as we get ready to embark on what should be quite the journey to crowning the next world champion of Colt starting. My name is Matt West. I'll be along with Dan James throughout the entire weekend, but we are wasting no time in getting to the talent here on day number one. Some very special presentations to kick off a big weekend here in Lexington, Kentucky. Well, without further ado, let's welcome our first bit of talent into the arena. He is going to be as one of our officials here this weekend, being joined by Asbury University, a man that has earned multiple NRHA and AQHA year-end awards, as well as being a two-time reserve champion at the All-American Quarter Horse Congress. He's served 14 years as an NRHA judge and is responsible for breeding horses that have won 11 All-American Quarter Horse Congress championships. Please welcome back to Road to the Horse, Jesse Westfall.
Wishing I was someone better. Wishing I could start all over again. I had trouble coming, I had trouble coming, I had trouble coming over and over again. I had trouble coming, I had trouble coming, I had trouble coming over and over again. I had trouble coming. You don't think I would quit it? I had trouble coming, but I still don't know where. I had trouble coming. It's that I can hear in my head. I hear it over and over again. I had trouble coming. I had trouble coming. I had trouble coming over and over again. I had trouble coming. I had trouble coming. I had trouble coming over and over again. Open my eyes to my surprise. Oh my, this is the time. This is the night. I'm feeling like $100 bill, yeah. Doing it for the thrill, yeah. No time to waste when time is money. When the race, yeah. Whoa, yeah, na na na, yeah, na na na. We won't ever quit. Tell me, are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? Let's start the show. We're on a roll. Oh my, get up, let's go. Turn up the radio. Let's ride. Give it everything, yeah. Wearing that ground like a king, yeah. No time to stop when time is ticking on the clock, yeah. Yeah, na na na. Yeah, na na na. We won't ever quit. Tell me, are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? Do you think that you are ready for this? Do you think that you are ready for this? I don't think that you are ready for this. No. We won't ever quit. Tell me, are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? We won't ever quit. Tell me, are you ready for it? Are you ready for it?
Bad boys, what you want, what you gonna do when Chevy John Brown come for you? Tell me what you wanna do, what you gonna do? Yeah, bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? When you were 8 and you had bad traits, you go to school and learn the golden rule. So why are you acting like a bloody fool? If you get hot, then you must get cool. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? You chuck it on that one, you chuck it on this one, you chuck it on your mother and you chuck it on your father, you chuck it on your brother and you chuck it on your sister, you chuck it on that one and you chuck it on me. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Nobody now give you no break. Police now give you no break. That old soldier man I give you no break. Not even your eyes now give you no breaks. Hey, bad boys, what you gonna do? Or what you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys,
All right. So, actually, they had to let me out of the back of the cruiser. It's the first time ever. So, I'm Jesse Westfall, and these are some of our students. I teach at Asbury University, which is located in Wilmore, Kentucky. And Wilmore is about a 30-minute drive. It would be southeast of here, or southwest, I'm sorry. And some of you might have heard about the big revival that happened recently at the Christian University. Yeah. So that actually happened at Asbury University, and that was really exciting. But we're so grateful for Road to the Horse for allowing us to bring these young horses here to get them some exposure to different types of environment, especially an environment like this. So at Asbury, we have a program where we train police horses. And these horses have been in training at the university for 4 years. They're 4-year-olds now. And they will be leaving, some of them will be leaving next week and going down to Georgia. And the rest will be leaving next month and going to different parts of the country. So with our program, what we do is the students come in the first semester and they take an intro to training class with me. And the students that want to train a police horse get a horse assigned to them, and in January they get it, and it is a baby. They're weanlings. And so basically, the students and the horses go through all 4 years together, and then when the student graduates, the horse leaves and goes to whatever unit has purchased the horse. So usually and what's amazing is right now we have 57 police horses in training at Asbury. Thank you. And so one of the places that we get to come to expose them to different environments is actually here in the fall. You'll notice this weekend that you will see mounted police officers here at the horse park. They will be parking people on Saturday and Sunday, and that will be Louisville Police Department and the Louisville, the mounted police. And the Lexington Mounted Police are actually located here at the horse park. And so we have horses with both of those units. And the goal, Louisville's goal, is to have horses that were all trained by Asbury University. So we have sent horses all over the U.S., all over Canada, from Nova Scotia to out to Alberta, and all over the United States. So, like I said, the horses come in, and the way we name them is our program started in 2002, and the first group of horses, all their names started with A, and then we went B all the way up through. These are mostly M Colts, and then we have the younger Colts at the school. So some of the things we wanted to talk about with training the police horses is, and I was gonna talk about the colloquium. There is a colloquium, a police horse colloquium, which is kind of like a police horse expo that is held here in the fall every year. And we bring our horses to the colloquium, so there would be mounted police officers from all over the country, and they bring their horses, and we'll work on things like crowd control and just obstacle training and different things. But so with a police horse, in their life, they're going to be exposed to a lot of different things: dump trucks, fire trucks, helicopters, things like that. We can we can't expose them to everything, obviously. We can't bring in helicopters, but we try to expose them to as much as we can. And so if you think about the physical control that you have of horses and the emotional control that we want to teach them, the first thing we have to do is we have to have physical control of the horse. So like if we have a young horse, and you will see that, here at Road to the Horse, when you watch the Colt starting competition, they're going to be exposing them to things that they're afraid of. But we have to have physical control of the horse so we can help it find its way through those emotions that they're going to face. So, for example, if we have a weanling or a yearling, and we want to expose it to like a flag on the end of a whip, well, we have to have enough physical control to help them find their way through that fear. If we don't have enough physical control and we approach them and they just pull away from us and leave, then we didn't do them any favors, because, a lot of you have heard the basic theory of training horses. There is pressure and release. A horse always goes to where they find release from pressure. So if we're going to expose them to pressure, we have to be ready to help them find the place where we want them to find release. So if they find release at an undesirable place, they will go to that place. So it's up to us to set them up to succeed, make sure that we have enough physical control that we can help them find the correct answers. And so what we do is we start off on the ground, and we will use things like sticks and strings and whips with tarps and all kinds of things to start teaching them how to handle scary objects. So in talking about that, you think about the physical control that you get of a horse. You've all heard the front end, the back end. And so we start them off with groundwork. We'll do inside turns, disengaging hindquarters, all kinds of things like that. But, so we want to work on a little bit of like emotional control. How are your horses kind of settling in a little bit? Okay. So again, these are young horses. They haven't been to very many events. And so this is a great opportunity to expose them to something that they are going to be around. I know that some of the horses that are leaving next week are going to Cobb County, Georgia. Apparently the Atlanta Braves, I don't follow baseball much, but they built a new stadium in Cobb County. And so those police officers will be at all the baseball games, parking and just basically being around the crowds. So we want to expose them to crowds, and this is a great opportunity. Now, I was telling you about the Louisville Police Department and how they want to have all Asbury's horses, or Asbury trained horses. My wife, some of you probably know who my wife is. Her name is Stacy Westfall. And, yep, thank you. So she actually won Road to the Horse in 2006. And if you followed her journey, you'll know that she she has a horse now that she is training named Presto. And she is training Presto for dressage. She does everything. She does reining and mounted shooting and dressage. And so, she likes to have a lot of horses around that can do those events. But anyway, she got Presto from Last Chance Corral. And Last Chance Corral is, We have some fans. You know, they have nurse mare foals. They're up in Ohio. And when she went to pick Presto up, they told her she could not take Presto alone because he was just too sick. He had only been on his mother for 3 days. He almost died a couple of times. They had him on antibiotics. So they said, you have to take another foal. And she told me that I had to pick it. And so I knew that I wanted something that could be a part of our police horse program. And so I picked a drafty looking baby that was there, and we took him home with Presto. And you can see Stacy has videos on YouTube, on her YouTube channel about, you know, Presto and Justice's journey. So I knew that it was going to be a J Colt. So I picked this little drafty colt. We named him Justice. I thought, you know, a J name for a police horse, Justice is great. So we brought him, and he ended up at Asbury, and he is in Louisville now at the Louisville Police Department. And so they were telling me a story that they got Justice, and they decided, you know, to kind of take him out into an easy environment for the first day. So they took him to a park. You know, parks are usually pretty laid back. You can just kind of ride around. And they said when they got there, they were standing, and a class of little kids or something came walking by, and they look over and they see the horse, and they all come running and, you know, surround Justice, and they're all wanting to pet him. And you can imagine how scary that could be for a young horse, little kids all running up and surrounding his legs and wanting to pet him. And they said he just stood stock still. He did great. You know, so all that emotional control that we did helped a lot. And so, Danae, can you bring Max out here for a minute? And so something we might do with our horses to work on like some emotional control is I'm gonna go ahead and walk up to you just kind of fast. And so, you know, we talk about the idea of pressure and release. And so with the situation that Justice was in, where the little kids all came running up to him, and he just stood stock still, you know, something we might do for that is I might just walk up and approach a horse real fast and just pet him when I get there. Now, we've obviously done this to him before, so we try to prepare him for situations where someone might do that. And you can see he couldn't care any less. So if you want to get your horse to where you can run right up and pet like someone might on the city streets when they see, you have to be able to run up to them. If they start to go backwards, you just follow, follow, follow. As soon as their feet stop, you pet them, turn around, walk away. And they realize, okay, if I just stand, accept this pressure, it will go away. So we're trying to create bravery in our horses. And so when we are desensitizing, we're trying to teach them that they can control the situation if they respond a certain way. And so you can see that this horse knows that if he responds by just standing, I just turn around and go away. So who's in control? The horse can control the situation. So we want the horses to be confident. They find confidence and understanding. And so you can see he is completely confident about me running up to him. He knows how to answer these questions. And if we were going in to take a test and we know the answers, we're going to be confident about that. And so that's some of the emotional control type stuff that we will teach them. Now, I know this horse is going to respond this way. But if this horse didn't respond this way, and I didn't think he would, if I thought this horse is going to run backwards, this horse is going to do a roll back and bolt with this person, that would be because they don't have enough physical control of the horse to keep it where they need to keep it. In the same way that if I were approaching a horse with a flag and I didn't have enough physical control to help him do what I was asking him to do, it wouldn't be fair, because if it pulled away from me and got away, it got away from the pressure, and that was not the desired response. So we don't want them to do that. You know, it's no different if we had two horses that had never been tied, and I tie one over here, and I tie one right over here. And the first one pulls back, feels all that pressure on his pole, starts thrashing around, the snap breaks, boom, he got released from that pressure. In his mind, he knows, wow, that was a lot of pressure, but I know how to get out of it. The horse over here sits back, feels all the pressure on his pole, starts thrashing around, steps forward, and gets released from that pressure and thinks, okay, that was a lot of pressure, but I know how to get out of it. They both felt the exact same pressure. They both got released from the pressure, but the outcome was totally different. And so we're not gonna take our horses and tie them up, you know, if we have a 50-50 shot. So there are things that we do to teach them how to respond to that pole pressure. But what I was getting at is, if Danae, we talk about the physical control that we have of our horses. And so with these police horses, most of their life, all they're going to do is go over there and stand for a while and, you know, make sure everyone's behaving themselves in the crowd. And then they might have to go over there and stand for a while. They're not gonna be doing a bunch of advanced maneuvers. They're gonna spend most of their life standing and walking and maybe trotting. And so we still have to get a lot of advanced physical control of the horses when we're riding, just like we do on the ground, because if they're put into a situation where they're really terrified and our horse won't stop every time we ask it to stop, then the police officer could get into a bad situation if, you know, a horse is running off through a crowd. So we have to challenge them with more advanced physical type maneuvers. Because like I was saying, we can't set them up for every situation that they're going to encounter. Helicopters, you know, trash trucks, all those types of things. And so if the officer is walking down the sidewalk in the city and there's a mailbox over here that he's afraid of, and there's a lady with a stroller over here, we don't want the horse to run away from the mailbox and run into the stroller. So they have to do what we're asking them to do. We can't set up all those situations, so something we would work on would be like some advanced shoulder control, counterbending, bending, all those types of things. So can you go ahead and maybe counterbend a little bit? I have a tendency to get a little long-winded sometimes. I don't have my watch on, so Ellie, you keep track for me. Good. And so you can see counterbending is when you might bend the horse's head to the left and ask the shoulders to go to the right. Something like almost going into a spin. A spin is just really advanced steering. And so we don't necessarily need to spin for a police officer. I mean, pivoting on the hindquarters is a good thing to be able to do, but you can see that that advanced shoulder control just gets you that much more control. And so a lot of times horses that will roll back and bolt on someone, they usually don't have enough shoulder control. And so we don't want that to happen to any of the police officers. Another story I want to tell here. So there is a mounted police officer in here named Eric Raycow, and he works here, and he is a mounted police officer here in Lexington. And he was up in Michigan working, and he was in Grand Rapids during the protests. And they had 6 horses, and they all came from Asbury University. And so they were up there during the protests, and they got a call that there were 2 cruisers surrounded by protesters, and they couldn't get the cruisers out. They were rocking them, and so these police officers were calling for backup. Well, the closest officers were these 6 mounted officers, and so they were actually able to ride in, and for whatever reason, he said the officers didn't drive out, but they were able to get the officers out of the cruisers, surround them with the horses, and escort them out of the crowd, and they ended up burning both of the cruisers. But, you know, you think about the great thing about the police horses is, first of all, most people like animals. And so, you know, they're big, they're intimidating, and when they start walking, we teach the horses to push through people. We might take someone and ask them to lean into this horse and try to push it. Then we teach the horse to push through the person. So when a horse that is 16 to 18 hands is walking straight at you, and you don't think it's going to stop, people get out of the way. And they don't have a tendency to want to hurt an animal. So they're good that way. The other way they're good is in public relations. So if a police officer is driving through a neighborhood in a cruiser, not very many people want to stop and talk with that police officer. He just cruises through. But if the police officer is riding a horse through that neighborhood, everyone wants to go up and talk, especially little kids. So a lot of them will carry, you know, cards with their horse's picture on it, and they pass out little, like, baseball cards, and they pass out little badges and medallions and things like that. So they're great for public relations. So I'm gonna do a time check here. Oh my, okay. I definitely got long-winded. Now, what we're gonna do something fun here. We're gonna do some crowd control. So let's go ahead. I'm gonna let Ellie take over with her microphone, and she's gonna talk about the crowd control in the cruiser here.
So every time we work these horses on a cruiser, we like to first introduce them to it in a really small, low energy way. That's just a way to build the horse's confidence. So we're gonna go ahead and bring the cruiser up center line and just get it in line so that our horses can go ahead and practice sweeping around the vehicle. A lot of times, and I'm sure you all know from your experience with horses, but what was that? Yes, we'll go ahead and bring the students in. So we'll do a little bit of work with crowd control too. But like I was saying, sometimes when your horses are in a new environment, the same thing that they've seen a million times can be just 10 times scarier. So especially because these horses are so young, we want to introduce the cruiser and the crowd to them in a really gentle, low-energy way. So we will practice crowd control probably around, without the vehicle first, and then we'll introduce the vehicle and then add the crowd to the vehicle. That's usually our standard way. But for crowd control, anytime you want, again, horses are trained based on pressure and release. So if the horses see something scary, like this group of people carrying pool noodles, which could be terrifying to some horses, they learn that if they go to what they're scared of, they can, in a way, control it, because we teach them, you chase the object, and then that object either shuts off, as in car sirens, or the people back up. always look for ways to give your horses a clear release, especially when they're young. They just need very clear release to give them confidence in what they're doing. So what we're doing here is we're starting with crowd control. The horses are going to cut up in between the crowd of people. And we'll start with like a low energy crowd. And Emma on Lucian is going to go ahead and call the shots so that everybody is in line in uniform, so everybody stays in sync with one another. Everybody's under the same understanding. So that looked really great, especially in this new environment. I'm very proud of these horses and how long they've come, or how far they've come. So we're gonna go ahead and work on vehicle first without the crowd. So crowd, you can hang back there. Vehicle, we'll go ahead and do lights and siren when Emma gives you the cue. And our horses will sweep around the vehicle at the walk, just to get them used to the vehicle one more time. Thank you. Great job, guys. All right, we'll go ahead and bring the crowd to the vehicle now that the horses look like they're very comfortable with the vehicle. And again, these horses are very young, so when we practice these things, we would like to introduce it to them at a low energy and then slowly build. It just gives them confidence. It gives them a strong foundation to use later in life. When they're introduced to these things and these concepts early on, it's just easier for them to understand later if they're ever asked to do something like this. All right, lights and sirens. Crowd will be low energy, and our horses will split the crowd from the car, sweep around the vehicle. All right, that looked good. So I'm seeing little to no concerns coming from these horses, which is really good. We're very proud of them. This is a big step for them to be in such a large venue. But yeah, great step. And I'll go ahead and introduce the students and their horses. So if you guys, riders, could maybe raise your hand when I call your name, that way everybody knows who I'm talking about. We'll go ahead and do it that way. So Emma calling the shots on Lucian. Lucian is currently up for sale. And then Amanda next to her on Major. Major is going to Cobb County, Georgia shortly, in about 1 week from now. And then behind Amanda is Mac riding Maisie. And Maisie's going to Indianapolis. And then next to Mac is Megan riding Leo. Leo is also going to Cobb County. And behind Megan is, who is that? Danae on Max. Max is going to Kent County, Michigan. And then next to Danae is Lizzie riding Maccabee. Maccabee is also going to Kent. And they are all graduating with their, the horses are graduating in a way with these riders. So when the riders graduate from their university, the horses also get to go to their units around the same time. So it's a nice college experience to grow with their horses. We're gonna do one more extraction. We're gonna do lights and sirens, and we'll sweep the vehicle and then move it out. Well, that looked really great. Thank you all for being so hospitable. It was really our pleasure to be here and be able to work our horses in a new environment. It's great training for them, and it's a great experience for us. So thank you for all of your support and for your attention.
And if any of you have questions about our program, we do have a booth for Asbury University here. And so we will be up there today. If you want to come up and talk, we'd love to talk with you. And we appreciate the opportunity to be here, be able to expose our horses. And we're looking forward to a great event. God bless you all, and thank you.
Thank you so much. One more time, how about it for the folks from Asbury University and Mr. Jesse Westfall. Been a longtime partner with us here at Road. In every year. Well, we're coming back here in just a couple of moments with our friends at Ride Pass. If you don't have the Pluto TV app, make sure you download it as quickly as possible. Well, welcome back, everybody, as we get ready to go to our next talent here in the arena at All-Tech Arena in Lexington, Kentucky. We welcome the owners and operators of Versatile Horsemanship, based out of Nacona, Texas. Together, they start Colts, compete in ranch horse versatility, host and teach clinics, and in the last 3 years, they've been trying their hand at rein cow horse, freestyle, reining and traveling for demonstrations and entertainment. Another new piece of their program has been the addition of training horses at Liberty, competing in International Liberty Horse Association. Last year at Road to the Horse, Caitie actually won the ILHA competition held right here. And part of that was coming back in 2023 as an entertainer now. Please welcome from Nacona, Texas, Elliot and Caitie Holtzman.
All right. Hi, guys. How are you guys doing today? Awesome. Awesome. So like Matt said, my name is Caitie Holtzman.
And I'm Elliot.
And we own and operate Versatile Horsemanship. We are based in North Texas. So what we're going to kind of go through with you guys today is show you who we are, what we do. Again, like Matt said, last year I competed in the International Liberty Horse Association competition, and I won that event here at Road to the Horse. And so you'll get to see me back tomorrow doing a performance with Templeton Thompson as she sings, and I'll have my horses in the arena. And then on Saturday, part of this demo that we're going to do, we're going to work through a performance that Elliot and I are actually going to get to do together on Saturday. So this will be a really cool kind of a sneak peek look into what our Saturday performance is going to look like. But we wanted to kind of start out by talking to you guys about, okay, so when we go to an event, or even if we're at home on the farm and we have a green horse we need to ride, or we're getting ready to compete or show or do some entertainment, what we do when we warm up our horses, right? So before you guys ride, you all want to warm your horses up, correct? Yep, a little bit. So what I'm going to start with is, obviously I have this horse under saddle. So what we'll work through and show you is not only how we warm our horses up under saddle, but how we warm them up on the ground for Liberty. Because remember I said I won the competition for the Liberty Association last year, correct? So it's been really interesting to me as we've gone through this process of learning the Liberty horse training, how much it complements our ridden disciplines. And the reason that Elliot and I call ourselves Versatile Horsemanship is because we have always had an appreciation for all the disciplines, and we just felt like we couldn't pick one to focus on. So a lot of what we teach horses in our program, because we do ride a lot of young horses, we start with the ABCs. Does that make sense? So if you think of horse training like a triangle, at the very bottom of the triangle, it's all pretty similar, right? We need our horses to go forwards, backwards, left and right, be soft to our leg, all those things, correct? As we move up the triangle, it gets much more focused. So let's start out with some of those warm-up things. Does that sound good? And hopefully you guys can take some of this home and use it on your own horses. And over here in the corner, you see our assistant, Amber. She's got one of our Liberty horses. Hi, Amber. And we have our friend Allison Whistler, who's here today. She has another horse that we'll swap out with. So I'll go ahead and start showing you guys what I start to work on with my horse. So this little horse, he is a Liberty horse, but I've also shown him in the rein cow horse. He will go down the fence on a cow, and I've also shown him in the freestyle reining. That's been a lot of fun for me. I'm a very creative person, so I really like the creativity factor of that, and that's probably one of the things that drew me to the Liberty horses, which again, we'll get into in just a little bit. So I'm gonna ride Cuban around, and one thing you'll learn about me, I'm very simple. I like simple, and I think horses are the same way. So as I ride around here, even though this horse, he's pretty educated, obviously. He rides around on a loose rein. He guides really well off my leg. But I want him to, when we come out here to perform together, I really need him to be a teammate for me. So that means I cannot be micromanaging him all the time, right? I mean, nobody here likes to be micromanaged, right? You don't like to be nagged. I don't either, and neither does my horse. So I'm gonna set Cuban on this path that I need him to be on as my teammate. And if he starts to veer from the path, that's where I'll correct him. Now, I'm not gonna go in hard and fast and just keep adding. I'm gonna start to correct, and I'm gonna let him find it. I'm gonna wait on him just a moment. So here, he's kind of pushing on my left leg a little bit. He's getting flat on his circle. He's not on the path that I want him to be on. So I'm gonna pick up with my left hand, use my left leg, push him over, and see how we got soft again? We lost our path, but we got our shape of our circle back, right? Did you guys see that shape? Then I'm gonna leave him alone again when he's back on his path. Again, he got a little bit heavy there. Good. And see how easy he kind of went back to that. Good. And we're just gonna ride around. One thing I'll check in with too is how easily can I stop my horse. This horse has done a lot of bridleless work with me as well. We've done some bareback and bridleless performances. So I'm always going back to that foundation with that bridle on and with my riding to see how easy that was. So So I took my legs off. He came to a stop. He might have been maybe like a hair late, correct? You guys might have seen it easier from behind than from in front, but he was a little bit late on that. So I'll just pick up. Same thing here. I'll ask him to back, and I'll kind of push him off that left leg just a little bit. And I'm going to quit here when he's trying his hardest. So he started to speed his feet up, all on his own. That was much better. I'll release there, because that's where he was trying his hardest. Does that make sense? I always want to release when they're trying. I want to build that try, right? We all want our horses to try. That's how you build that in them right there. So Elliot, I have this, I don't know how many of you guys work with your spouse. But Elliot and I are both professional riders, so oftentimes we are probably competing against each other more so than doing something together. So if at any point, Elliot, you want me to stop talking, just interrupt me. Who loves to be interrupted, right? So I'm going to keep going around on here and warm Cuban up. And I'm just going to keep going. I'm going to change direction in just a moment and see how easy that can go. Really good. And we'll check in with this right side. And he sped up there. Did you guys see him speed up when he got on that straight line? That's okay. I just redirected him, laid my leg on him. He got soft and went around again. Stop him. Oh, that was much better that time, right? Try it a little harder. Go ahead and give Cuban a hand. It's okay. You can clap and make noise. We prefer that. So Elliot, again, Elliot and I, we have a very similar thought process, but I like to think that we balance each other. Things that I look for in horses, he may not always see, and things that he looks at in horses, I may not always see. So we balance each other out pretty good, well, usually. So Elliot, why don't you kind of show us what you like to do when you warm up as I continue to work through with Cuban what I'm doing.
All right. So it doesn't matter if I'm getting ready to step into a arena to show in a reining, in ranch riding, call a cow, or even if I'm riding a English horse and I'm about to do a dressage pattern. What I'm looking for is through my transitions and smoothness through my gaits. And with that, straightness. So here I'm just at a nice easy walk, and then I'm gonna make a slight change and ask my horse to trot off. And here I'm sitting pretty even and just looking straight, so my horse is tracking straight. And then I'll just guide him around a corner, straighten out. So here around a corner, and then I'll make a change. I want that to be extended. If I make that change, I want that horse to see that and get there and go with me.
It's a really pretty extended trot, Elliot.
Thanks, babe. So here, just nice, easy, guiding around, and then I'll relax, come back to that slower trot, and then I want a nice, smooth transition up to that lope. That was nice. And we'll just guide around. If I make a change, they speed up. Another change for a slowdown. How about a bigger slowdown? Speed them back up. Bring them back. Good.
Ooh. Ow, ow. That was pretty. Really pretty. Yeah, give him a hand. On that
And
handsome yellow horse.
All at the same time, I'm trying to expand and also use the whole working area. I like to get my horse throughout the whole arena, cut across the diagonals, go everywhere. So there, I wanted to come down to that walk, and he's like, oh, let's change leads. So I'm like, okay, just soften up a little, move that hip back over, let's get back into the lead we had. Good. I'm gonna get back on that straight line I was on, and then see if I could relax and bring him back to that walk again. Good.
Good job. So even when his little horse kind of made a fumble over here, Elliot didn't, get to yippee yippee yah-yahing around. He kept real calm and quiet, stayed the course, made the correction, and got the horse, helped him get back on track. One thing that we do try to do with our horses, whether it's, this is probably one thing that working horses at Liberty has taught me the most, is that it's okay to let them fail, right? The hardest lessons, and probably the best lessons you've ever learned, has more than likely, at least for me, I'm a little bit of a hard learner, has been because we failed. So in that moment, Elliot let that little horse make that mistake, and it gave him an opportunity to correct it and teach the horse where to be instead, right? Does that make sense? I mean, I know some of the most solid lessons I've learned, again, have been because I've made a mistake, and then I needed to find the correction and fix it. So we try to not just, always hold our horses in that spot and do all the work for them. As they get more educated, work their way up that training ladder or that training triangle, we do try to give them more responsibility. Can they maintain that circle on their own? Can they maintain that pace on their own? Or are we always having to hold them back? Or are we always having to beg them to stay? So as Elliot kind of finishes up, go ahead.
So I wanted to touch on something else. And a lot of people talk about what a broke horse is. And what we just showed with our horses, where you can help them out, or they are looking towards you and listening and watching for your small changes for what to do next. Them always looking towards you and being ready to make a change is what I consider a nice, good broke horse. They're there to be willing to help you, and then if you have to go do a job, they're there, they're ready, they're paying attention. So just as much of us moving around and going through the different gates, the transitions, we're also working on their mind and waiting and for them to be right there with us, ready for the job that we're gonna do next.
So I feel like my little horse is pretty warmed up, at least my saddle horse here. As Elliot had started talking, I kind of made another couple passes around the arena, tried to see how sharp he was on stopping for me and just coming down from a canter. He missed a little bit of it over in this corner. I don't know if you guys saw. So I just made that nice soft correction, got him backwards, softened his rib cage quite a bit, kind of moved him left and right, and then I came back around, stopped over here, and he just kind of melted down into the ground really nice and soft for me. He stayed there. I rubbed on him. And so I feel like this little horse is ready. This little horse that I'm on, his name is Cuban. His partner in crime over here, Amber has a hold of. And again, I did say this horse is a Liberty horse, but for all intents and purposes today, at this moment, he's a ridden horse as well. But I'm gonna trade horses out with Amber. Amber, if you can come take Cuban from me, and you can just kind of hang out with him for a moment. And I'll take Punk. That's right, this horse's name is Punk. You can laugh, it's okay, he earned his name. And I'm gonna just warm him up as if I was getting ready to work him at Liberty, okay? So again, Punk, just like Cuban, he is a cow horse by nature. He's bred to be a cow horse. And so he's a lot of fun. He's another really fun fence horse, and he's super solid on a cow. What's been fun about him becoming a Liberty horse, first of all, why did I teach him Liberty? Well, at the time that I started to learn Liberty, he was the only horse I had. So lucky Punk, he got to learn it. And then after that, I started teaching it with the rest of the horses that kind of came into our program. So I'm gonna show you guys what I look for in Punk. Again, just like with Cuban, I'm gonna get Punk up to a trot. He's a little lazy, which is odd for him. And if you notice as he's going around me here, I have him on the halter rope because we're gonna warm him up. This is how I would warm him up before a performance or before a Liberty show, because I don't always have a pin I can cut him loose in, right? So I have to be pretty handy about warming him up haltered and with my whip. So I'm gonna send him around. And what did you guys notice about how Punk changed there? When he first started out, his shape was kind of funky, right? He was looking to the outside. He was dropping this rib cage and shoulder kind of on me, looking at himself on the monitor. He kind of likes to do that. And now he's focused, he's centered, and he's with me. So he feels like he's really drawn to me there. I'm just going to back up and draw him to me because that's one of those foundational things that I look for. Again, when I'm warming my horses up, whether it's at liberty or if I'm saddled on their back, I need them to be with me, sharp, focused, ready, and soft, right? So we're going to send Punk out again, and this time we're really going to drive him. Yippee, yippee, yah, Punk. There we go. Good. Now I'm going to give him more line because I'm going to walk at him now, and I'm going to drive him around here and get his feet kind of moving. Going to give him a smooch. There we go. Thank you, Punk. Send him around me. Back up to draw him to me. Good. And he really hurried to me there. He could have got a little closer, so I'm going to back up again. Good job, buddy. Bring him in. Let him circle. Head on him. So remember, we're building this up into a performance or an act that we're going to do together, right? So these are all the pieces that we would be doing behind the scenes before we come out, like say, and do an entertainment piece for you guys. So I'm going to keep working with Punk here, get him ready. And then Elliot, what's your next piece to what you would be doing when you're getting ready to perform or show?
So it really doesn't matter the show that I'm at or that we're going to do. It could be entertainment or it could be a horse show. And horse show wise, the International Liberty Horse Association, we have a center point. You always look for center when you come in for your pattern. Same thing with your reining. If you're coming in and doing a ranch riding pattern, you need to know where you need to make your changes, what maneuvers are going to happen where. Same thing if you're doing a trail class. Knowing that pattern of where your first obstacle is and then working through that pattern. So the first thing I do in a new arena, if we get warm-up time or not, is I'm coming over to the gate, pretending like I'm coming back in. So I just entered. First thing I want to do is find center. So ideally,
I think I'm actually on his center. I should move.
Right behind Caitie is center. So it's really easy for everybody to see if I do some circles. There I came through center, and I'm just going to come around the arena. If we are showing in the reining, we're going to be looking a quarter circle ahead, knowing where we are, finding our locations, our spots for changes. So where's the middle? Here's the middle. They make a change right there because my horse kind of looked up and wasn't quite paying attention to me. So I'm like, oh, let's make a change. Let's do a small circle.
Oh, and your wife was in your way again. Right in the middle of the circle.
So here, we're going to come around. We're going to find our locations on this side of the arena. We want to make sure our circles are even. Look in a quarter circle ahead. Finding that center point again. So here's our center. So center is very important, not just for your horse showing, but your entertainment, because you want to be in that center point so that everybody has a good view. For the entertainment, if we're not in center, then we are showing something to a certain part of the audience and then moving to another section. So it's like over here, we could do something here, and this part of the crowd gets all excited.
Woo!
Okay, if we finish there, we might come over here. We're using the whole arena. Come over here, and then I might do something exciting.
Woo!
Okay, so today, there's not very many people sitting up over here, but I might come over here and acknowledge them, say hi, And then we come back to the center to do most of the performance. So we're always looking at where is what in the arena? Where is our audience? And also it builds into knowing and where are the judges. So if I'm stepping into arena and it's a cow class, we're gonna work a cow. I need to know before I enter, okay, are the judges on this side or this side? So who likes to be judgy? I do.
Who
Okay.
wants to judge?
Is this side judgy? Or is this side judgier?
Ooh,
right.
they might be judgier.
They're louder. Okay, so if the judges are on that side, if I call my cow, we don't have a cow today. Maybe my wife will help me and be my cow.
Did you just call me a cow?
No. So
Okay.
my class of if I'm showing and working a cow is we start with boxing, okay? So you're holding the cow on this side, and we work back and forth. And after our boxing, we then take that cow down the fence and do our fence turns. Well, I want to make sure my cow is escaping. I need to turn it, go back to boxing. I'm going to push my cow back over here because the cow was going to go down the wrong fence.
Sorry, I'm kind of a waspy cow.
My judges are over here. So what I want to do is I want to show to the judges the best that they could see what I'm doing. So here, now I'm going to turn my cow one more time, and then we would set it up where you could hang out for a minute, where I would take that cow and push it down this fence so that the judges could see. So from there, I'm going to come down and pretend like I'm turning a cow. And the big thing there is knowing where your center line was and getting that turn past center. Coming over here, getting another turn, and then coming in and circling your cow out in the middle. So I'm always looking at arenas and knowing where what is. Where is your center? And the other thing, like if we talk about different shows, is let's say dressage, okay? You guys, when you enter that dressage pen, all those maneuvers have to be made in certain spots as you work through that. So knowing exactly where everything is ahead of time, knowing your pattern, knowing what you're doing and what's next. So maybe Caitie could talk a little bit about what she looks at when she's getting ready for a performance.
Yep, so in the last year, so Elliot kind of talked to you guys about the competitive side of it, right? So we have competed traditionally in the versatility ranch horse. Again, we're versatile horsemanship. We couldn't decide what we wanted to do, so we started out there, and it was a lot of fun because you have 4 different events. Then we, in the last, I guess 3 years, got involved in the rein cow horse and freestyle reining, like I said. So Elliot's done a lot more of that, in the last couple years. He's done a lot of competing. The competing that I've done, aside from the freestyle reining in the last couple of years, has been with the Liberty Horse Association. So in those, it is kind of like setting up a performance, right? You get to do a freestyle. So, and I'm pretty new still to kind of setting these things up, but again, I've made a lot of mistakes in doing it, and so I'm learning quite a bit about where I need to be. So when I'm gonna come in and do an act or a performance or a freestyle, what I'm gonna start to look at is the shape and the size of the arena, okay? Like where is my crowd sitting? Usually for things like that, like just like today, you guys are spread out all around the arena. So I'm gonna try to do things again, just like what Elliot said, pretty centered, okay? If I am trying to relate what I'm doing to someone else that's in the arena or to someone that's like, say, up on a stage, I might work my way closer to them. Does that make sense? It's all about being aware of where you are in your space and how to use it. Again, from there, what I like to do is I like for acts to build. Like, I like to kind of come in, start with a little something, add something, have a little bit of like a wow factor. They're like, ooh, I didn't see that coming, and go on from there. So it looks like Elliot's getting ready. So we've talked you guys through what we look for in those performances. We've talked you through how we warm up, right? We've talked you through all those. So now we're going to get into the piece of working on the actual act that we're going to do later on this week. So that act, we're incorporating our performance horse work, so some of this ridden horse work, along with the liberty work. All right, Elliot's mounted up. Amber, can I steal Punk from you for just a minute? And Elliot, if you'll come meet me in the center of the arena. You have a date.
I won't be late.
Elliot's a very punctual person. I sometimes am not. Typical, right? Come here, Punk. All right, so Elliot's gonna take a space here in the center. I'm gonna just trot around here for just a moment with Punk and Cuban, get them oriented together. Again, these horses have done quite a bit of work together, but we've done quite a few different acts over the last 2 years that I kind of started doing this. And so we kind of got to get them working together, and Punk's feeling feisty. Super fun. We're just going to ride around, stop them. Oh, good job, Punk. So if you would have told me even a year ago when I was getting ready to perform for the competition here that the ILHA held at Road to the Horse, that I would be traveling the country and doing some of these clinics and demos and entertainment pieces, I would have not believed you. My comfort zone is definitely not being in the spotlight. We've just kind of stepped into that. I'm always much more comfortable with the horses. So this has really been a fun thing for me to kind of explore and do and learn. And so now we're going to set this whole act up. So Amber, what I'll have you do is if you follow me over to where Elliot and I are and take Punk from me. Amber has a very important job when we go and do these performances and these events. She is my help in the back alley. So Amber's gone with me she went with me to Quarter Horse Congress for the freestyle reining. She went with me to Art of the Cowgirl 2 years in a row, where we did performances and demos, and she gets to help handle my horses in the alley, get them out to me in one piece, and set that up. So we've done our warm-up, we've done all of our fun things, and Amber, if you would take Punk and get him ready and send him over here to us. So this is where we're going to build those pieces of the really cool performance. I think it's really cool that you guys are going to get to see on Saturday when we do our opening piece. But again, this is just a sneak peek preview, so get ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Okay,
so here's where you guys are going to see how well Elliot and I actually do or do not communicate, because now everything that we're doing is pretty much paired. And we really have to watch each other. So Amber, whenever you're ready, you can release Punk. Coming in hot. Yeah, you can give him a hand. He appreciates that. Punk, yoo-hoo. He's going to work his way in here in his own style. This horse did earn his name. So now I'm just going to make a pass around Elliot with Punk. You just stay right there, honey. Ta-da! Punk, yoo-hoo. All right, now come in and line up next to Elliot. Punk. Okay, so here's where that communication and coordination starts to come into play. Are you ready? Okay, my eyes are on you. Here we go, get this whole line of horses over here. Good afternoon. Okay, you ready to come back my way? Punk's a little ahead of the game. So right there, I should have sped up just a little bit. All right. So now we're going to work our way over here, and we're going to start going around. You're going to go around. Wait, we're not communicating. Oh, you're going that way. Okay, punk. This is the punk show, in case you guys didn't know. Punk has fans.
I think Punk wants to
Punk wants
show
to lay
off a
down. He
little
says
bit.
the sand feels good. And we'll line back up. Yoo-hoo. Any day, Punk. He's like, what is going on? So now I'll make a circle around Punk. Give him something to do. Good. Hold him still again. Good. Come over. Give him a pet. What do you think of that so far? Just get it out of your system there. Yep, you just go for it. So we'll let Punk roll, get it out of his system. Oh, he's like really rubbing it in. Dirt in the ear. And he's back. Thank you, Punk. Okay. Where's our next piece, boss?
Let's go for a trot.
Okay.
You know, come in behind me.
Yep. It's like we're going to play chase with our cow horses that like to chase things. Whoop, so I'm going to stop here because what was happening? Punk was getting a little fast and feisty, right? So we're going to work on that right here. Have him slow down, and then off we go. We're watching each other. All eyes are on each other. Ooh, good. Thank you. So again, you can see when these things kind of don't always go as planned, it's okay. It's okay for things to not happen perfectly. It's all about how you handle it, right? Oh, look, Elliot's chasing us now. How do you feel there, red horses?
Punk doesn't like it. He'd rather cow horse us.
There's that lack of communication. Did I surprise you?
No.
Okay, so this next part, we'll kind of finish up with this, coming around. Oh, good job, Punk. And there's a lot of working pieces going on, so I'm having to pay attention, as is Elliot, to his horse that's at his shoulder, to me, to his ridden horse. We still want to pay attention to you guys, because we want to make sure that you feel like, Punk, that you're a part of it. Good. Come this way. Have him come back. Good job.
I'm going
We'll
to come
back
in
to
next
center.
to you.
All right.
We're pivoting.
Going to the left. We go left. Oh, we're going left. Woo!
We're going to go line up.
Now we're going to go line up. All eyes on you, Elliot. All eyes on you.
You're a little far away over there. There we go.
All right.
Let's back up.
Let's back up. We're backing up.
See if everybody's paying attention and with us. That's nice. Good.
All right. How are we doing on time? Awesome. Okay. So this last little bit that we'll do, Amber, if you can come collect Punk. Give Punk a round of applause. He's done his work for now. And what I'll do, so you guys, you heard me talk about how part of what we do in versatile horsemanship is we have this idea of like one horse, many skills, right? Not all of us have multiple horses, and a lot of people are like Elliot and I. They want to do more than just one discipline, right? Like you, of course, have your favorite disciplines. Like my favorite is the cow horse, the freestyle reining, and the liberty. But sometimes I need a horse to do all of those things. So what we're going to kind of go through here is you've got to see Cuban as a ridden horse. I'll pull this saddle off really fast. And I'll show you guys a little bit of what he does at Liberty too. Because again, we like a lot of versatility. We like to do a lot of different things. I have a deep appreciation for all the disciplines, not just the Western disciplines. I love watching the 3-day eventing, things of that sort. I'm not going to lie, those jumps are intimidating. So I have such an appreciation for the people that do the other disciplines that I'm not doing yet or that I don't know much about. Cuban, there you go. Drop that bridle. So we'll take him over here and see how he can very quickly go from my ridden horse to that Liberty horse. Send him around me. Good. Change direction. And again, with this Liberty work, I'm looking for this horse to do the same thing. I like his shape right here. I want him to hold that circle really nice and cadenced and hold himself up and use himself. And I always love to see how these horses move at Liberty, right? Without us on their back, without us asking them what to do. Oh, we're going to lay down too. Man, the dirt in here is just really good today. I don't know who works the ground, but kudos to you guys. And we'll let Cuban wallow around for a moment. Oh, man. Any day. We're on a time clock, buddy. Good boy. He's
well,
like, one more for good measure.
Still rolling. If you guys are interested in the Liberty, on Saturday, right before the opening ceremonies, there is a Liberty Horse Association demo, so don't miss that. Woo! Give applause to Cuban.
Good job, buddy. And if you're interested in learning the Liberty work and how it does, like you'll see the similarities once you get into it as far as the foundations go of how it does relate so much to our ridden work. Like I said, this horse started out, I got him, he was green, he was young, he was meant to be a reiner. I kind of turned him into a cow horse because of how he's bred. And then we started doing the Liberty work with him, and it's been so cool for me to see how it just has gone hand in hand. So if you want to learn anything about that, go up onto the concourse, check out the International Liberty Horse Association booth, and check out the Double Dan Horsemanship booth. There's all kinds of stuff, DVDs, educational information up there for you to learn how to do these things with your horse too, and you never know what it will lead to. Like I told you guys, I never expected to be out here teaching a clinic to you guys, traveling the country, doing these entertainment acts and performances, and it's all because I was curious enough about another discipline, and I wanted to give it a shot. So that's kind of my takeaway for you guys, and I really hope that you guys are going to be here tomorrow and Saturday, because I want you guys to get to you got to see the sneak peek of what we're going to do on Saturday. So I hope that you get to see what we do in the performance. So.
And we are Versatile Horsemanship. And if we're not down here or helping somebody else in the alley, you could probably find us at the Double Dan booth if you want to come talk to us about anything. So thank you guys for your time and coming to watch.
How about a one more time for Elliot and Caitie Holtzman?
I kind of got to pinch myself because I truly love what I do. You come to grips that there's just a few people that really care about what you're doing. It's amazing what you can accomplish if you don't care who gets.
Day number one coverage of the 2023 Road to the Horse. This next clinician is also a trainer, coach, author, international level rider, and the author of the book In the Middle Are the Horsemen. Please welcome two-time thoroughbred makeover freestyle champion, Tik Maynard.
Good afternoon. My name's Tik Maynard. I'm from Vancouver, Canada. I've got two thoroughbreds here. This one raced once, and this gray one raced 5 or 6 times. I've got Jen Reutz here helping me. She's the owner of these horses. They're both retired from racing, and they're getting ready for the next part of their career. I grew up mainly doing show jumping, and now I'm more of an event rider. I know most of you here are probably from a Western background, but I'm curious, do we have any show jumpers or hunters or 3-day event riders? Anybody over here? A few of you, that's good. So hopefully what I'm going to be able to demonstrate with these two horses today is over the last 30 years of my riding career, what I would consider the biggest change I've made in my day-to-day training. And probably some of you are familiar with taking a horse on the trail or to cross-country schooling or to a show venue. And you've either had this happen to you or you've seen it happen to somebody where the horse comes up to a jump and it stops. And the way that I sort of was brought up was that I was brought up to believe, not through anybody specifically saying it, but that going over a jump is a success or failure option. It either happens or it doesn't. And what I have now in my mind is I've got many steps to get there. And I don't think of competing a horse in the same way as training a horse. And a lot of people, if they brought their horse up to the barrel the first time in the world that I live in, the 3-day eventing world, and that had happened, they would get after the horse for that happening. And I really think of this process when a horse is learning something that begins in the horse's mind, not with something that the horse does physically. So when I was brought up in the show jumping world and a little bit now in the eventing and a little bit in dressage, we were taught to watch how the horse moves. With their feet, are they over-tracking? Some of you may have seen show jumpers, they're talking about how a horse moves and they bring their hands up and they jump like this or they jump like this. And when I've got a horse that's having an emotional problem with a jump or a horse that's just learning how to jump for the first time, what I'm watching is not how the horse moves at all, but I'm watching this. I'm watching what happens in their mind. I'm watching when they switch from a little bit of fear to a little bit of curiosity. And I actually have sort of a step-by-step process that I look for. And the first place I started thinking about this was I took a psychology class for people, and I learned about the acronym DABDA, D-A-B-D-A, which is, they say, in that class, that's how people deal with grief. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. Have some of you guys heard that before? Yeah. So I've got this idea with horses that they go through a similar emotional states as they get used to jumps, as they get used to, for a cross-country horse, going through the water, going over a jump, going up and down a bank. And sometimes what you'll see is a horse that'll come up to that thing and they won't even look at it. I've even seen that with trailer loading. They walk right up to the edge of the trailer and they won't even look in it. And so that's the first stage that I call denial. The second stage is where they're a little fearful about it. And sometimes you'll see a horse stop 10 feet away, 10 inches away, 100 feet away, and they're a little fearful about something. The next stage, which we're starting to see a little bit with the barrel and the tarp, is curiosity. And that's, sometimes you'll even see horses switch pretty quickly back and forth between snorting and drawing back, and then being forward and curious and wanting to smell it or put their whiskers on it. So denial, then I stick with it. I ask them to keep addressing it, to keep looking at it. The next thing is a little curiosity, and that's where we see the nose go out and down and the eye gets soft and curious. The next phase after that, which you'll see with some horses, is some form of play. Maybe if you're taking your horse through a water crossing, a lake, a stream, you'll see the horses be curious about it, and then you'll see a little play. Well, they'll put the muzzle in it, they might paw at it. Sometimes you'll even see a little bit of dominance play where they'll grab a tarp with their teeth or really paw at something aggressively or try to pick something up and shake it. When I introduce my cross-country horses, my wife and I are based in Ocala, Florida, and we have on our property anywhere between 15 and 25 event horses at any given time. When I'm introducing them to stuff, what I'm looking for is them to go through all of these stages. They go through fear, they go through curiosity, they go through play, and where I'm looking for it to end up is in what I would call acceptance or indifference. Another way of saying that is they almost become bored about that thing. When you've got a horse, a cross-country horse, for those of you that have been here for the 3-day event that happens, it's coming up pretty soon, and their horse is galloping and they're coming down to the water, and there's a big drop into water, and then you've got a bending 4-stride line to a skinny chevron coming out of the water. What you really need to have is you need to have that horse be totally okay with the water. And what that allows the horse to do is concentrate on the rider. It allows them to not think about the water at all and think about the rider, or the other thing they could think about is the jump in front of them. And that's exactly what I want. I want a horse to be able to come up to these barrels, come up to the tarp, come up to the Liverpool, and go over these things with no change in rhythm, no change in heart rate, no change in head carriage, no change in speed, and they're completely accepting of that situation, and they can just think about what I want them to think about. Really, the only stage where I'm going to put a little more pressure on the horse is when they're in that denial stage. Mostly after that, if I give them time to get through it, then they're going to go over it on their own when they're ready. You know, another way of saying that is that we're going to do my idea, but we can do it on their timeline. It's amazingly common. You know, you don't see it so much, I don't think, in my experience in the Western world, on the ranch, or with a quarter horse. But it's amazingly common how many horses I see that have trouble, and these are jumping horses and eventing horses, that have some form of tension when they jump. And where that shows up is sometimes you'll see a horse stop at a jump. They're not prepared for it. They're not confident enough about it. Sometimes you'll see a horse stop at the last minute. Sometimes they'll stop early. Sometimes you'll see a horse get to a jump and run out. They run to the left or the right if you're coming really fast. And sometimes what you'll see, here I'm just going to bring his mind back to it. There his mind comes back to it, and then I'm patient. Sometimes what you'll see is you'll see the horse do the jump, you know, go over the barrels in front of them, go over the poles in front of them, but they'll do it with tension. And when they do it with tension, they're never going to jump as well. They're going to drop a leg, they're going to be tense in the back. Here, I'm not saying you have to go over it, but I'm saying you have to think about it. And to me, that's really how I build try with horses as well. You know, it's setting them up for success and going on a timeline that they can handle. I've brought 2 horses in here today so that we can see this work with 2 horses. I'm hoping that by bringing in 2 horses, I haven't met either of these horses before, that what we're going to see is a couple different examples of how this plays out. Because sometimes we'll see horses that are really easy and can go over all this stuff the first time, and sometimes we'll see horses that will take a couple days to go over the tarp. My favorite thing about working with horses and doing groundwork and introducing horses to stuff like this is when I come across a problem that I've never seen before. I come across a horse that does something so unusual or in such a different way that it really gets my mind working and interested and becomes like a puzzle. So here I don't see him looking at it, so I'm going to keep a little pressure until his eye goes forward. And there, when you saw him cross that, to me, he crossed that with too much tension. In an ideal world, what I would have happen is that he doesn't cross at that time, but instead, when he feels that pressure when I'm riding from my leg and seat, or from me with the stick and string, that instead of raising his head and being a little tight in the back and just walking across it, that he can lower his head and investigate it. Just like this. You know, it's so easy to get in the mindset that this is success or failure and they have to go across it. Yes, when I'm competing down the road, when I come to Kentucky here, they have to go across it. But there's so much room at the beginning to think about learning rather than competing. And so often, I think, in the competition world, we mix those things up. So here I see his eye not looking at it. I'm going to bring his eye over. His eye is looking at me. His eye is thinking backwards. This is my favorite thing about good horse people from any discipline is their ability to read the horse. Here his eye is going backwards. His eye is thinking about me. I'm going to see if I can stick with this until I bring him around and I get his mind. Just for a sec I had it, where his mind goes, we call this a Liverpool, where I come from. Some people call this a water tray. Here he's feeling caught between the rope, the stick, and the Liverpool. And I just want him to think of this as like a little riddle where he can bring his mind to it. Again, in an ideal world, I'm not going to punish him for going over it, but in an ideal world, what he's going to start to learn is that that's not, what I'm trying to get him to do is not something physical, it's where I'm trying to get him to look. It's where I'm trying to get him to think about. And we build these habits with jumping horses right from the beginning, that he can be straight, he can get right to the middle barrel, he can put his eye on it, he can touch it with his nose, and then we'll get to the point where instead of doing this, where he can just touch the front edge of it, instead of just touching here, they can touch here, and then they can look to the other side, almost as if there was a can of oats spilled there, and he's looking to the other side like he's going to get there. And when they're looking over there thoughtfully, they've got their neck over it, and then you just approach it with the right speed, the right balance, the right momentum, then what happens is it becomes easier to jump than to stop. And that's what we want. Whether it's in dressage or in jumping, what we want is we want the right thing to be easier for them than the opposite. I want them to come up to a jump and think that jumping it is easier than slamming on the brakes. It's easier than running out to the side. I get to the middle, and as you practice this, you get more discerning. Like, it's not enough that he comes up to this and touches this anywhere. I'm looking, I've got a pretty clear idea of where the middle of the middle barrel is, and that's where I want him to touch. And then, like I said, then I want him to look to the other side of the barrel. Here I see his eye just kind of zoning out and looking off, and there I bring his eye back to it, and then back to the middle, and there's a little moment when he glances to the other side. Let's see if I can bring him back this way and try it again. When I work at home with these horses, usually I'll spend a couple sessions where I get them, steering a little bit more with the stick and string, following the rope a little bit better. This is my first session ever meeting these horses, so what I'm doing is I'm just using this opportunity to show you specifically how I introduce a horse to ditches, banks, and water, or jumps. The first person that introduced this to me in Ocala about 15 years ago was David and Karen O'Connor. Has anybody heard of David and Karen O'Connor? That's pretty good. Most of you have. That's pretty good. And what they did, which was, to me, revolutionary in my life when I saw them doing it, was they were starting all their 3-day eventing horses. And David and Karen O'Connor are both Olympic gold medalists, and they were starting all their horses online, both in the round pen and then out on the cross-country course, up and down banks, through the water, over little jumps. They would ride those horses with nothing on the head, no bridle, maybe a string around the neck, maybe a stick to help steer. And it really became getting into the horse's mind was the most important thing at the beginning. When I see his mind go off to the side, I bring his mind back to it. Bring his mind back to it. And in his mind, he still is thinking, through his experience, that when I put pressure on with my leg, probably when I'm riding, or the stick here, that means go forward. I want my leg and seat to be able to mean so many different things. I want it to be able to mean speed up, slow down, change balance, leg yield. And every time with these horses, I'm looking for when they cross it. Thank you for the clap. Every time that they cross it, I'm looking to not have any leg on, any stick on. It's totally up to them to find that point to cross it. I'm looking for the nose down and out, the eye investigating what's in front of them. I'm looking for the back to swing. I've set up these poles here about 4 feet apart, which for a big warm blood, I would probably set them at 4.5 feet apart. For a thoroughbred, about where these horses are, I'd make them a little shorter. Let's switch here again. Thank you. And I'm setting this up in my mind that every time I'm just inching away, I'm molding my goal, I'm not chipping away at it. And actually, while he investigates this tarp up here, why don't I take a minute to explain even a little further how I think about this. And I think for me, when I started thinking about cross-country obstacles, about how I'm going to explain this, I never get frustrated anymore. And that's a big thing to say. Is if you take an exercise like going over the tarp, going through the water, going over a ditch, even something like trail loading, and you imagine like to ask just a new horse owner, what are the steps it takes to get this done? So let's say going over the tarp. It'd be catch your horse, take him to the tarp, get him over the tarp. You might have 3 steps. And what I've done is I've created more steps in my mind. So I get them to look at it. I get them to look at it in a more relaxed way. I get them to go through these stages from denial, fear, curiosity, play, acceptance. I get them to drop their nose. I get them to swing through the back. And so what I do then is I've got maybe 10 steps instead of 3 steps. And then what happens, thank you. You can give this horse a clap. Good. Let's just stop him here for a second. I'm going to see if I can just explain this to you. The way I think about it, the lens that I look through when I think about this is now I have these 10 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way down to 10. First of all, instead of having 3 steps, I've got more steps. So I can take my time. I can try to create a step for each thing. The next thing is, let's say I get into trouble. Let's say step 3 is they can put 1 foot on it. And let's say step 4 is they can put 2 feet on it. So let's just randomly pick those things. Now what happens if I get stuck? I can get 1 foot on the horse trailer, but not 2 feet. Then what I do is between step 3 and step 4 is I add in more steps. And this is where it takes a little bit of creative thinking sometimes, because this is where I get into situations where I might never have seen this exact situation with horses before. And then in my mind, I've got to think about it for a moment, and I think, what could be between that? And then I create steps 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, and then I go back to step 4. And then if I get stuck there, then I might have steps 3.21, 3.22. So I keep, instead of having 10 steps, I created 100 steps and then 1,000 steps. And that's why, and it's going to be the same with some of these people that you see this weekend, that's why with something as simple as trailer loading or getting a horse to go over the barrel, you might see somebody like me struggling with this, in your mind struggling with this for an hour, thinking he's still trying to get from not going over it to go over it. It's 1 step. But in my mind, I'm thinking, this is amazing. Like, I've just gone 52 steps out of 100 in 1 hour. This is so great. Tomorrow I can come back and pick up where I left off. So rather than thinking about it as success or failure, I've built all these steps in. And a lot of times, I've seen the steps before, but when you get an interesting thing, sometimes you'll have to be creative and make those steps up in your mind. Here, I'm just watching the eye. When I'm working with a competition horse that's emotionally balanced, mature, is a well-trained horse, I mainly watch how they move. I'm watching the neck, I'm watching the legs, I'm watching the frame, the engagement, the impulsion. But with a horse that's learning something new, with a horse that's struggling with something, I mainly watch their eye. And here, when I see us still wanting to put his nose on it, I'm still seeing that little bit of curiosity about it, and I'm seeing him not ready to jump it. But I feel, you know, having done this, there I see him looking to the other side, that once they start getting their neck over it, once they start being bored by this, once they start looking to the other side, then after a little bit, all you've got to do is add in the momentum, and it becomes easier to jump than to stop. Can you guys see how we're almost there? That was almost at the point where it became easier to jump than to stop. His own momentum was starting to carry him to the other side. In 3D eventing, there's 7 national levels. There's beginner, novice, novice training are the 3 lower levels. Modified's an intermediate, kind of intermediate level. And then you've got the 3 upper levels. Preliminary, intermediate, and advanced. And the way that I approach starting my young horses is I want those lower levels to not have the speed and adrenaline that we associate with the 5-star here at Kentucky. I want those lower levels to feel like a hunt around, to feel so smooth and easy and quiet, almost lazy as the horse lopes around on a loose rein. Once they have that foundation, then I can start to add in the speed and momentum necessary to get across the bigger tables through the more difficult combinations. Let's see if I can bring his eye to the back side of this. I'm going to see if I can keep the pressure on. If we just watch his eye, see if we can get it to drop down to the ground on the back side of the barrel. Just watch his eye here. He's looking at me. In cross country, even more than show jumping, we talk about these elements, these jumps as questions. And that's not just for the rider trying to figure out the question, that's for the horse. Horses have evolved for a long time, you know, in the wild, to react first and to think second. And what I want to create is a horse that starts to think more and focus more, to become more thoughtful, to think about these things as a riddle almost the way that I think about them. Good. And that's a horse that's now here after getting a little nervous. That's a horse that starts to try for me again. There's a TV show that I've seen called House about a doctor, and he approaches these exercises with, or he approaches, you know, his patients, some of these things as like, it's almost like a riddle or a Sudoku puzzle. You know, he's trying to figure out what causes this, why is this happening? And that's a little bit how I want to think, and that's a little bit how I want my horses to think. Thank you. People, I find it's easier for people than horses to have a one-track mind, to get focused on something and block out distraction, whether it's your, you know, your competition or you're reading a book or listening to music. And with horses, it's much easier, you know, with a prey animal with the eyes on the side of their head, to be a little bit more worried about everything. You know, you imagine in a horror movie, somebody walking through the woods, and they're scared of every little thing that happens. Horses have much more in their soul, in their DNA. That's much more of a real thing for them. And what I want to have happen is I want to have me start to become better at creative thinking and lateral thinking, more patient. You can see I'm licking and chewing here. And I want to have the horses become better at direct line thinking, better at focusing on a task, better at blocking out distraction. And then what happens is we meet in the middle. I become more like a horse, and they become more like a person. They're able to focus and not be so worried, how he's worried here. He's able to drop his eye. drop his eye and think about that. There's just that one moment there where he drops his eye. He's so aware of all these things. And it's not like my goal here is not to get him across it. My goal is to get him thoughtful and confident about it. I've seen a lot of horses that can cross things without being thoughtful and confident, but I've never seen a horse that's thoughtful and confident that won't cross it. So my first goal here is to just get that mind soft and looking. There we go. Much better. Much better. What we're going to do here is we're going to introduce a little, see if I can kind of get a little trot going, and see if we can trot through the trot poles, trot over the Liverpool, and see how these horses are with the barrels. And the other reason I've brought two horses in here is I find it very nice to give a horse a bit of a break now and then, let them think about it. Oftentimes, if you leave something when they're thinking at their best, then they're more likely to come out better because of it. Whereas if a horse just starts to try for you, and then you ask for more, you can often end up with less. Some of the best people I've watched compete at Road to the Horse really epitomize that idea of going slow to go fast. You know, it's almost like a paradox that the slower you go, the more you go step 1, 1.1, 1.11, and 1.12. The more you go through these, the faster you get through in the end. Once a horse learns to try, then you can start to skip steps a little bit more because the horse starts to look for the answer. They've built that confidence that an answer always exists. In an English horse, what I'm looking for here is to get their step higher and a little longer. And I'm looking, if you watch their front feet, for it to land one, and almost got it. I'm looking for each of their front feet to land once between each pole. So right, left, right, very good. Very good. Another idea that I have when I work with horses is always being aware of this sense of harmony that can exist. Harmony to me is when you both want to do the same thing at the same time. And sometimes if I've got a horse that really doesn't have a good feeling about me, instead of trying to get them in harmony with me, I'll get in harmony with them and then slowly bring them back to my idea. So if they're trotting, I might trot around with them and then slowly bring them back to my idea. Really nice. Jen, your horses are doing beautifully. Jen has just started, she hasn't introduced all this stuff, but she's just started putting rides on these horses after they got back from the racetrack. And this is a great chance, I think, for me to demonstrate my ideas, my philosophies, but a great chance for Jen's horses to get a little bit of exposure. Now we'll see if he comes back to this a little worried or not. One of my favorite things when I'm teaching a clinic and I've got 2 or 3 days is to go to a group of inventors where the horse is just getting good at this with putting the nose on it, looking to the other side, and then I stop him and I back him up and I go, we're going to leave that for now and come back to that a little later. And some people that get this direct line thinking, they find that really challenging to accept. It's so tempting to think of not getting over it as not getting it done, and getting over it as getting it done. Whereas if you introduce it, here I'm just looking for the eye to drop. I'm looking for the eye to drop. If I introduce it with these steps in mind, getting over it is just one step out of many. It's not really any more or less important. Here I'm looking for his eye to drop. This is where the stage, this is what I would call the denial stage. This is a little bit of curiosity, a little bit of denial. I want to keep bringing his mind back to the middle. There. And I don't want to just soften with the rope. I want to soften with my whole body, almost take a step away and relax. No. I want his eye to go back to the middle, back to the middle, back to the middle. Back to the middle, almost. That moment when the nose pokes out, when he looks ahead, here's a lick and chew, really nice. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Sometimes when a horse stops, I've heard people say that their horse doesn't respect them. My feeling for using some of these human words with horses, words like or love or trust or respect, is that if I gave, different people an idea, I asked them to write down their idea of what those words meant. You might, if you ask 10 people, you might get 10 different answers. And then once you add in a whole other species, and I'm trying to communicate what I want to a group of people, it gets even more like lost in translation. It gets even more like, what exactly do you mean by that? And so when I use words like that, I try to have, at least in my mind, or for those of you that are interested, a working definition of what that means. For me, respect means an appropriate response to pressure. If I ask him to trot, he doesn't ignore me and he doesn't canter off in fear. He trots off nicely. To me, horses don't give you respect. You have to earn respect. The way you earn respect is by using an appropriate amount of pressure in every situation. If I overdo it with this stick, if I underdo it with this stick, I might get fear, I might get dullness, but I want to earn that respect where I get an appropriate response to pressure. Trust as well is interesting. To me, a horse that trusts me believes that anything I ask them to do, any stick or rope or flag that I pick up, any place I ask them to go, is always going to end well. It's never going to end badly. Good. Sometimes we can take a horse and put them in a situation that ends badly and it's not our fault. We take them into a warm-up arena at a show, and there's somebody on a pony that's out of control, and that pony gets a little out of control and runs into my horse. Or maybe I'm on a trail ride, and a branch falls. It's a windy day, and a branch falls right next to my horse and scares my horse. Even though I didn't cause either of those things to happen, that's still on me. That horse still loses a little trust in me because I told them that was going to be okay. I took them to that place. Now, things don't always go perfectly. Those things can happen. But the more I bank trust, the more I put them in situations that end well, the more they're going to be forgiving when something doesn't end well. And it's especially important with a young horse to keep putting them in positive situations, to keep banking that trust. It's the same with people. If I'm teaching somebody a jump lesson and it's their first time and I ask them to go to a jump and they're a little nervous and I say, no, go ahead and jump it. And they come up to the jump and the horse slams on the brakes and they fall off over the shoulder, they might not come back for another jump lesson. But if I've taught that kid for a few years and then I ask them to jump a jump and they fall off, they're probably going to come back to me for another jump lesson. And I really think of that as a little like trust bank account that I'm trying to build up. I'm just building up a little a little harmony with me, my own momentum, my own feeling helped carry them over that. Good. And when I add the stick there, it's not to say jump. I add the stick in the corner before to say, get up here with me, keep your feet moving, think ahead. What I'm not doing is right as they get to it, I'm not closing my leg, I'm not digging the spur in, I'm not saying you have to go. So, the last thing we're going to do here, we've got a few minutes left, is we're just going to work on backing these two horses out of my space and seeing if they can stand just a little quietly as we finish. For me, when I finish a session with a horse, I always want to finish them with them more relaxed than when they started, and always at a point in their mind where they're thoughtful, where you see both these horses just licked and chewed, you see the eyes start to soften, you see the eyes blinking a little bit. I've heard the expression blinking is thinking. Other things that I'm looking for is that the tail is still. They're not just paused in place, but they're actually sort of growing roots in place. I'd love to see both of these horses' necks a little bit lower. The other thing that I look for is when I just put a horse somewhere, is I don't expect them to keep watching me. I don't expect them to leave, but it's sort of just like this horse. It kind of gives them permission to look around a little bit, sniff the ground, take in their world. It'd be a little bit similar that if I was talking to you, and then I said, just give me 2 minutes. And I took out my phone, and I started to check my phone. I wouldn't expect all of you to stay riveted on me for 2 minutes while I check my phone. I'd sort of expect you guys to maybe check your phone or talk to your neighbor or check your program. And then what would be a really nice, polite horse or a really nice, polite audience is that I put this away, I sort of stood up or cleared my throat, and then you guys gave me your attention back. And so that's the same thing. Sometimes with a horse, I'll give them permission not to move, but to look around. And what I want to feel like is that even though I've kind of given them permission to look around, that I just have to move over here and it brings their eye back to me. Without pulling on the rope, I move over here and it brings their eye back to me. And if you've got that feeling, you don't really need to demand it. It's there. They're just kind of looking around, but they're going to come back to you. When I've got a horse that I don't know, and I didn't know either of these horses coming in here, most of the time at the beginning, I'm going to be working with that horse. If they're on any kind of adrenaline, I'm going to be working with that horse at a bit of a distance. Sort of how these horses, I try to maintain at least a few feet, 3 or 4 feet, and sometimes 5 or 6 or 7 feet. At the end of my session, or when they're able to get to that point, and they're more relaxed, that's when I come in. I'll let them touch me before I touch them, and that's when I'll start to spend a little bit more time in up close to them. In order to give a horse a good feeling here about being rubbed or groomed, I try to make my rubs with the grain, with the hair, not against it. I try to have long, smooth, predictable strokes. With a lot of horses, you know, some of the warm bloods I see, these geldings, they can handle anything. But some of these more sensitive horses, some of these horses that come off the track, if I were to go, I'm going to show you here on both sides, 1, 2, and then 3 go straight to here, that would be unpredictable to a horse. That'd be something, you know, that they might go, oh, I'm not sure about that. But if I were to go 1, 2, 3, I'm going in a rhythm, I'm going with the hair, all of a sudden that's much, you know, going back down here, that's something a horse should be able to handle. But that doesn't mean that's going to give them a smooth, polite feeling. You know, there's a lot of things that we do with people that they're not mean or illegal or rude, but they're just, sometimes you can just have a smoother feeling about it. And now here, I'm starting to see the poll drop a little bit below the withers. Starting to see the eye soften. I'm starting to see both these horses settle into this place in the middle of the arena. And I love that, and I think that's going to be a great place to finish. Thank you very much.
One more time, folks. How about it for Tik Maynard? We are going to take just a
I cannot remember a time in my life when I didn't have something to do with a horse. They're magnificently complicated animals. Horses hold a mirror up to your character, and they react to you. The more you realize that the better you are in being with your horse, the better your horse is going to be, through and through.
The 4-6's Ranch is known not only as a historic Texas cattle operation, but also for producing quality horses. The stallions standing at the 4-6s are consistently ranked among the best in the breed, including AQHA and NCHA World Champions, NCHA Futurity Champions, and the like. These elite stallions have proved themselves siring top performers in multiple disciplines, including cutting, reined cow horse, roping, and barrel racing. Visit the 4-6's Ranch website to see a complete stallion roster.
First memory on horseback is probably overridden by being on a goat. I literally learned to ride on a goat at about 6 years of age, and the goat used to run me under fences. So like my first experience riding a horse was actually pretty pleasurable after that experience.
Along with its famous slogan, horses with a history, brands with a background, legendary quarter horses and superior cattle are hallmarks of the historic 4-6's Ranch. The ranch stands some of the most well-respected quarter horse stallions in the industry, including the finest cutting, ranch, and race-bred stallions anywhere available. To learn more, visit www.6666ranch.com.
Okay, so that's a great shot. Well,
flashing in my rear view. The sheriff said, boy, I should have known it was you. You got 14 people in the back of this truck. I warned you twice and now I'm riding you up. I said, officer, what have I done? He smiled and said, boy, you're having too much fun. Too much fun, what's that mean? It's like too much money. There's no such thing. It's like a girl too pretty, but too much class. Being too lucky, a car too fast. No matter what they say I've done, well, I ain't never had too much fun. There was a fight Friday night at the Stumble Inn. Me and old Harley just had to join in. Next thing you know, we were both seeing stars. They threw us out, closed down the bar. I said the Long Branch is open, the night's still young, and we ain't never had too much fun. Too much fun, what's that mean? It's like too much money, there's no such thing. It's like a girl too pretty, with too much class. Being too lucky, a car too fast. No matter what they say I've done, well, I ain't never had too much fun. I'm a holy terror, a tornado. Wind me up.
Oh, too much fun this weekend. That is exactly what we're going to be doing as we continue the journey to crown a 2023 Road to the Horse World Champion. Welcome back, everybody, All-Tech Arena inside the beautiful Kentucky Horse Park as we get ready to continue live coverage of our afternoon here, day number 1 of the newest edition of Road to the Horse. You know, everything we've ever done here in Kentucky or Fort Worth or Tennessee or wherever Road to the Horse has been, it has always been about incredible horsemanship and putting these amazing animals first and foremost. Well, throughout the years, we've been blessed with an opportunity to meet so many incredible superstars. But I'm not just talking about the men and women that have competed in this competition. Talking about some of the horses as well. We'll get to that in just a little bit. But right now, to set the stage, let's welcome a group that ranges in age from 13 to 22. All the way from Allen, Texas, please welcome the Woodhaven Wranglers.
Your smile is like a breath of spring. Your skin is soft like summer rain, and I cannot compete with you, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Oh, I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Oh, please don't take him just because you can. Now I can easily understand, and you could easily take my man, but you don't know what he means to me, Jolene. He talks about you in his sleep. There's nothing I can do to keep from quiet when he calls your name, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Oh, I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Oh, please don't take him just because you can. Jolene, 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 Jolene.
One more time, how about it for the Woodhaven Wranglers? Well, from some of the newest members of our Road to the Horse family, back to the story we were telling a couple of moments ago. Over the years, we have been blessed with an opportunity to meet so many incredible horsemen and horsewomen. They have competed and vied for the title of Road to the Horse World Champion. But amongst those years, we have seen some incredible athletes work with them. And today we've got an opportunity to welcome back some of our Road to the Horse alumni. Let's start with a man who competed in the 2022 Wild Card Challenge along with old number 5 Hold Up Cowboy, now known as Tricky. Please welcome back Mr. Lee Hart.
Here we go. It's tricky to rock around. That's right, on time it's tricky. It's tricky. It's tricky to rock around. That's right, on time it's tricky. I met this little girlie. Her hair was kinda curly. Went to her house and bust her out. I had to leave real early. These girls are really sleazy. All they just say is please me, or spend some time and rock a rhyme. I said it's not that easy. It's tricky to rock around. That's right, on time it's tricky. How is it, B? It's tricky. It's tricky to rock around. That's right, on time it's tricky. Tricky. In New York, the people talking try to make us rhyme. They really hawk, but we just walk because we have no time. And in the city, it's a pity, cause we just can't hide. Tinted windows don't mean nothing, they know who's inside. It's tricky to rock around. That's right, on time it's tricky. How is it, D? Tricky. It's tricky to rock around. That's right, on time it's tricky. Tricky, huh? When I wake up, people take up mostly all of my time. I'm not singing, phone keep ringing, cause I make up a rhyme. I'm not bragging, people nagging, cause they think I'm a star. Always tearing what I'm wearing, I think they're going too far. A girl named Carol follows Daryl every gig we play. Then he dissed her and dismissed her, now she's jocking Jay. I ain't lying, girls be crying, cause I'm on TV. They even bother my father, cause he's down with me. It's tricky to rock around. That's right, on time it's tricky. How is that? Tricky. It's tricky to rock.
Along with Tricky, one more time. How about it for Lee Hart, everybody? Up next, the horse number 9 that was known as Six's Rapper quickly became Kool-Aid. Welcome the 2021 Wild Card Champion, Colt Cameron.
I bet you never heard old Marshall Dillon say, Miss Kitty, have you ever thought of running away? Settling down, would you marry me? If I ask you twice and beg you pretty please. She'd have said yes in a New York minute. They never tied a knot, his heart wasn't in it. He just stole a kiss as he rode away. He never hung his hat up at Kitty's place. I should have been a cowboy. I should have learned to rope and ride. Wearing my 6-shooter, riding my pony on a cattle drive. Stealing a young girl's hearts, just like Gene and Roy, singing those campfire songs. Oh, I should have been a cowboy. I might have had a sidekick with a funny name, running wild through the hills, chasing Jesse James, ending up on the brink of danger, riding shotgun for the Texas Rangers. Go west, young man, haven't you been told? California's full of whiskey, women and ghosts, sleeping out all night beneath the desert stars, with a dream in my eye and a prayer in my heart. I should have been a cowboy, I should have learned to rope and ride, wearing my six-shooter, riding my pony on a cat and drive, stealing a young girl's hearts, just like Gene and Roy, singing those campfire songs. Oh, I should have been a cowboy.
How about it for the cowboy, Colt Cameron? Well, in 2022, number 6 was known as Bama Crown, became Stitch, the 2022 Wild Card Challenge champion, J.R. Robles.
Flesh and I am bone, rise up, ting ting like glitter and gold. I got fire in my soul, rise up, ting ting like glitter. Like glitter and gold. Like glitter. Do you walk in the valley of kings? Do you walk in the shadow of men who sold their lives to a dream? Do you ponder the manner of things? In the dark, the dark, the dark, the dark. I am flesh and I am bone, all rise, ting ting like glitter and gold. I got fire in my soul, rise up, ting ting like glitter. Like glitter and gold, like glitter. Here we go, it's a dangerous show. Leave it all on the floor, let's roll. History's made by the bold and the brave, and the chances you take, let's roll. Everybody stand up, come together. Now it's time to let the whole world know. Here we come, up and ready to run, till the battle is won, let's go. Stomp your feet, shake the stands, make some noise, this is your chance. Bring the drum, get up and dance, this is your moment. Clap your hands, clap your hands. Clap your hands. Let's see you
All the way from Oregon, along with Stitch. How about it for J.R. Robles? In 2022, we met a big, beautiful Palomino named Yellow Horse. Welcome, the 2022 World Champion, Mike Major.
It happen. Follow me, I'm the captain. Put my foot on the gas and go. Here and ready for action. No one does it like Jackson. If it's true, I ain't bragging, no. Oh, I'ma light it up, so watch me now. Yeah, it feels so good to say out loud. I know I'm gonna win, don't need no luck. I got the golden touch. Just like Midas, call me king. See me shining, kiss the ring. Work my weight, got the soul. When I walk, it's paved in gold. Ain't a fool, I'm too bright. Make the rules all the time. See that sun up in the sky? Who you think gave her all that light? Oh, I'ma light it up, so watch me now. Yeah, it feels so good to say out loud. I know I'm gonna win, don't need no luck. I got the golden touch. I got the golden touch. Got the golden touch.
One more time for Mike Major. Well, it's only fitting that this next horse became known as Mate. Today, he brought along some friends, and one of those friends is the 2013 Road to the Horse World Champion, McLean.
Thank you. Check, check. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to slow it down a little bit for you. I'm not much of a dancer, so that loud music's not real good for me. And I wanted to be able to share with you a little bit about this horse on my right-hand side. He's out here as part of a team, but back 10 years ago, him and I were out here together and creating something that I will remember for the rest of my life. So I'll take my two beautiful babies there and leave them standing. I'm not going to talk too much about the others because this is Mate's time to shine. But he is a team member in my team. He doesn't do a whole lot in my performances. I mean, he does act like he's a mare in my show. He acts like he's the mother of Denny. Denny is the star, and you'll notice that even though it's not about Denny, he's making it about him now. So I'm going to take Mate around here while those horses are there, and I want to recite a little poem to you that I recited on Mate on the last day and it's called This Is War. Man and horse have many differences, yet they are drawn like moths to light. Once is two, now two is one, such a wonder to delight. Many firsts have to occur before these gifts are given. That first encounter, something special, where the horse is instinct driven. To gaze into their eye first time is something to explore. There's fear and thoughts of doubt. Their look is saying, this is war. I will run till I am free. I will plunge and strive and fight. To give to pressure is to die. So I'll struggle for my plight. I do not understand you, how my natural instincts burn. You want my trust, want my respect. These won't be given, must be earned. As a horseman, it's my mission to alleviate their fears, to prove I understand them from my craft of many years. So I teach them what is needed to keep them calm and safe, show them all I know of this scary world, show them how a champion behaves. And as these sessions grow and roll, I see a difference from before, though now within their eyes, they still are saying, this is war. I see you different now before me. You have earned my true respect. I feel as though you have my back, so my actions now reflect. You have shown me I can trust you. Now a partnership's unfurled. I will follow you to battle, you and I against the world. For a horseman with no you and I against the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, Denny's got me thinking other things, so I didn't finish the poem, but excuse me, mate. So, I'm just gonna, oh, that's a pretty boy. He's a lovely dog, we love him. I'm gonna pick him up here. And get up. And you'll notice, ladies and gentlemen, I have a prima donna in the team that he just wants you to look at him. He says, look, I'm practicing Western pleasure. So I'm gonna lay this beautiful boy back down and lay down for me, mate. So here's the horse that I lay down and put 3 horses over the top normally, but Denny says that it's his show today and he really should only have 2 over the top of him. So I have 45 minutes to retrain that little monster down there, and you'll see tomorrow I'll get 45 minutes, but today it's all about Mate, that precious boy on the ground. And I want you to know that he's going to be my lead horse over the next 3 days, and if I am blessed enough to win another world championship, it'll be because of what that horse will help me with. He's a superstar in my life as a horseman. Thank you so much.
How about it one more time for the entire crew, including Mate? One more time for Guy McLean. There is one more duo to make their way back inside the arena here at Road to the Horse. A past world champion of Road to the Horse, along with the great Swampy. Please welcome Dan James.
There is a calling you placed upon me. I felt it all my life. Step out with both feet, walk on the water, leave my past behind. I wanna follow your heart in the face of the unknown.
One more time. How about it for Swampy and Dan James? As Dan gets ready to make his way up here, welcome back, guys. Good to see you. Let's make sure everybody can talk. Everybody got a microphone? Couple.
Yes, sir.
JR, all right, there you go. It's okay, Lee. You just talk into it. A little stick. Yep.
It's good.
There you go. All right, there we go. Let's start with you, Lee. Welcome back, buddy.
Thank you.
Welcome back. For those of you that weren't with us, was it Fort Worth, Texas?
It was Fort Worth, Texas.
A little
yes.
closer to home for you.
We've been riding a lot of horses and doing a bunch of clinics.
Let's talk about that horse you brought to us today.
Well, that was tricky. That was my wild card horse. He's been pretty good.
That's it. Just pretty good.
No, he's doing great. He has raised my patience level immensely.
How so?
He has to really think about things.
So kind of like a good marriage will really make you think about things before you do them?
That is exactly right.
There you go. All right. Who are you looking? I know that's an unfair question. I was going to say who are you looking forward to seeing here this weekend, but let me ask you this: how excited are you to be back amongst all of our Road to the Horse family? We'll start there.
Oh, the Road to the Horse family is absolutely amazing. You know, everybody walks up, they hug your neck, they tell you how proud they were of you. It's wonderful to be here and see these guys. Where else do I get to sit on a stage with horsemen like this?
Speaking of guys, let's go ahead and let Guy step in here and grab a seat, and I'll move over there to JR. JR, yeah, I'll go to you. Welcome back, first and foremost. Good luck this week. A little different, or is it very similar as the way that you stepped into the round pen last time?
The game plan is the same, but the nerves are a little bit higher coming around this time around. Excited, nervous, happy, anxious, and probably every other emotion you could think of in between.
Why would you be more nervous about this one than the last one? Could you narrow it down to about 100,000 reasons why?
Well, the money, the competitors. I mean, it's an honor to be here. The title, just the fans. I mean, it's just a lot more intense. It's definitely more intense.
Talk to me about Stitch.
Stitch is a cool dude. He's kind of like a golden retriever or a Labrador. He kind of just wants to be in your lap all the time. My clients that own him, they absolutely love him. They're keeping him forever. He'll be with me for about 2 or 3 years, and then he'll go on with them and be a trail horse. Till then, he'll be doing this with me. He'll travel across the country for shows and events. If you guys saw the live feed with Stitch, he was laying down in his stall sleeping, and that's basically what he does. I mean, he just wants to hang out, just be your buddy. We've had some sticky spots, just the way it is with training. Has a lot of try. It's pretty athletic. And just happy with how much try he has. He's a real cool horse.
It's a lot like working with Dan James. He just wants to be your friend. He kind of wants to cuddle up next to you, just follow you around. I completely understand where you're coming from, but you got to love having him around, right? So I like the fact that you're going to continue to work with that Colt, and then, again, he'll go to his forever home, right?
Correct.
Very cool, very cool. Because that's one of the questions that people always ask, Cole, is pass it down there to Cole. Everybody wants to know, what's going to happen to these horses? Are they going to go with the competitor? Are they going to stick with them, or are they going to go to somewhere else? What's the story when we leave here? I'll go to Cole. Talk to me about Kool-Aid.
Oh, Kool-Aid, what can I say? He's a special horse. I've had him for 2 years now. We're really growing a lot together. There's been lots of downs, and there's been lots of ups, and the ups have been really, really special.
How excited are you to be in this arena tomorrow?
Oh, I'm excited.
Let's talk a little bit about the support system. I can see one big fan standing down at the bottom of the stairway.
Say that again?
I said, let's talk a little bit about your support system.
Oh.
I know he's kind of hard to see because he's pretty small down there, but I know you got one big fan that is watching everything that happens.
Oh, man, yeah. He's experienced as it comes when it comes to this competition. He's a wealth of knowledge, and he's just an amazing person with a really, really good heart. Honestly, I'm intimidated to go in the round pen with my pin wrangler. I'm like, oh, am I doing this wrong? Am I doing this right? You know, but no, I'm so grateful for this opportunity, and I'll cherish it for the rest of my life.
He's down there with a smile on his face. Never a shortage for words. So if you need any kind of guidance whatsoever, he's going to be there to help you out.
He'll be there.
Pretty excited to have both of you back. Excited to have Mike Majors joining us here. Mike, a lot of fans here, Mike. How special is that? I know you're 1,000 years old. It's hard to hear. When I said your name, they all cheered really loudly. Let's show him so he can hear. Mike Major, everybody. How special is that feeling?
Oh my God. Hello. You know, words, you can't express it in words. I mean, everybody's been so supportive. I mean, such great people. I mean, it's just amazing to have people that like what you do. And I am so appreciative. You all have no idea.
These people loved what you did last time you competed. Talk to me about that big Palomino horse, Yellow House.
Oh, wow. He's got a personality like, I don't know, he's just into everything. I mean, he's a funny little horse. I mean, he wants to comply after a minute or two. You know, he thinks about everything, just like today, that first stop. I mean, he usually really stops. He got to looking up at the people, and he's like, you want me to do what? I don't want to stop. I want to show the people what we do, run around here. And that's the kind of horse he is. He's funny, entertaining, and really making a good horse. He really is making a good horse.
Do you feel any pressure? I know you're a veteran, and what you're going to do will always remain the same, but you're the reigning champion, the defending champion of Road to the Horse. Do you feel any extra pressure coming into this weekend?
You know, I was thinking I probably wouldn't, but yes, definitely. You know, it's like the expectations are higher. Last year, nobody knew me at all. And so it's like, man, I don't want to let my fans down at all, you know, and that's where the pressure comes from. I'm just so afraid that I won't step up to the expectations that the people have of me, and I love it, actually.
I think there was a lot more people that knew you before you got here than what you realized, but I can assure you there's a lot of fans here that are positive you're going to make them proud here this weekend. So welcome back, Mike.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, so much.
Guy McLean, you immediately said he's not going to let them down.
Oh, no way. Mike keeps telling me, I met him at the wildcard event, and we sat on the side of the rail and talked for about half an hour about horses. He's a horseman at heart, and he said, oh, he got the old man's award. And I said, I won't have it. I said, if I was, and all of us here are doing our best, but he's got more years on us. He's got more time with the horse. He's got more time on their back. He's got more time in the arena. He has more knowledge than us, more time with us. I fear Mike as much as I fear anyone in this entire competition, because horsemanship is forever. I hope to be a better horseman when I'm 80 than I am now.
And that's kind of how it goes, right? The longer you're in the process, the more you're educated, the better you should be, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'd like to have Dan's body with my knowledge, because I've got to get on from a box, but not his hair, his body.
From the beard down. From the beard down, he's doing okay. Talk to me about Mate.
Mate's just a good old boy from Texas. He loves work. He could watch others do it all day long. But I tell you what, he is the greatest lead horse that I have in America. And they are so valuable to us as we get older. And even I wish I was using them when I was younger. The confidence he gives to the young horse. So that little demo he did, that's not what he'll be remembered for this year. What he's going to do in that arena with me, how he's going to help me with those young horses. I feel so much more confident with him in that arena with me than I did when I went in on my own. No horse will follow anyone like they'll follow another horse, and Mate's a great leader.
How important is he to your day-to-day operations?
Well, in Australia, he's not much help because he's over here.
Right, obviously, but
when I'm working young horses, he's very important. I say, people say to me, are you nervous? I said, I start horses in front of big audiences all over the world. The judge thing is a little different for me, but Mate helps me get these babies working out in the open. They're cantering circles on their second ride following him. He's the first horse they work at Liberty. He's the first horse that leads them around. He's a big help to me, and he's a world champion. He tells me every day how special he is, and I believe him.
Speaking of special, I want to go to the gentleman to your left, Dan James. Pretty simple. Question is, what is it like being the most famous superstar Road to the Horse has ever produced? No,
Well-
not you. Swampy. Has Swampy ever told you what it's like being the most famous superstar from Road to the Horse?
Well, mate, first of all, how is it that you could understand Guy? That's like I've been sitting here listening to all the incredible things Guy was saying, but the only thing that came to my mind is, how could you understand Guy?
Will you translate that for me? I don't know, man. I'm just happy to see all the gray getting in your beard finally. After we'll talk about that this week.
We'll get to that
hey,
later.
in all seriousness, Dan James, everybody. Been a big part of Road to the Horse for quite some time, in the arena, standing next to me, putting up with my shenanigans. But in all sincerity, welcome back. You're a huge part of everything that happens here at this competition.
Well, thanks, mate. But it's like a lot of the guys have already been speaking about, and to hear, Guy talk about his horse, Mate, and it's always said of how many great horses actually make us. And for me, Swampy has been that horse. He's been that horse of a lifetime that was forged here at Road to the Horse. And of course, Guy here actually gave him one of the heck of a good ride in the first time he actually got out into a big arena. Guy actually credits teaching him to rear, and there's a little bit of truth to that. That being said, though, that horse, the number of things that he has done, the number of people that he has been on photo shoots and the movies and the things that horse has credit to his name. I mean, I truly, honestly feel privileged to be out in the arena with him. He's a horse that has literally changed my life.
When you look at the horse's resume in particular, is there a moment where you stopped and you went, okay, pinch me, because I can't believe this is really happening?
Yeah, I think, honestly, Ed, any time that, that Swampy comes out to an arena, and particularly, I call, Road to the Horse his home fan club, any time that he comes out and make an appearance, and just to see the people's reaction and, whether they see, they've got a T-shirt of Swampy on or that they have a photo with him from somewhere, it's just amazing that horse, the impact that not only he's had on my life, but on so many other people around me.
Cole, what are you most looking forward to this weekend?
Picking my horse out tomorrow.
That's
Both
the
horses.
moment.
That's
When
the
you
moment.
get to select those two colts, that's what you're ready for out of everything, right?
Absolutely. I'm so excited for all of us to go up there and pick our horses out.
JR, what about you? What are you most excited about in this process?
Honestly, I've been kind of a nervous wreck leading up to this event. So like with Cole, getting in that round pen tomorrow where I'm a little bit more in my element, I've been talking to people throughout the day and I'm just a little nervous, kind of sweaty. And so it's been a little bit nerve-wracking, but it's been fantastic. I think just being here, it's been a blessing. It's an honor to be here competing against these guys. And so the whole event, but for sure tomorrow getting in that round pen.
I think I can speak on behalf of everybody that's been watching Road to the Horse for the last couple of years. It was an honor to stand in the arena or watch both of you guys compete at the wild card. I mean, pretty unique opportunity to have the past two wild card champions here vying for a title of world champion at Road to the Horse. Excited for both of you guys here for the next few days.
Thank you, guys.
Lee, I know that things didn't go your way last time that you were at Road to the Horse, but now from a different perspective, what are you excited about the most?
Oh, I think they have a lineup that's just amazing. Maybe one of the best lineups ever. I just can't wait to watch the guys get in there and get to going and get a little more knowledge.
Same. Have you got a chance to look at the Colts?
I have.
If you had a pick in this competition, do you have one that sticks out?
I do have, but all these guys remember I picked tough.
That's all right. I think we wouldn't mind hearing what you would pick.
I'd pick the number 8 horse.
Okay, that's something to look forward to. when we get to lay eyes on those Colts, remember that is one that Lee said he would like to get inside the round pen. Thank you, Lee. Welcome back, buddy. Glad to have you.
Thank you so much.
Mike Major, you won it all last time you were here. You're a reigning, defending Road to the Horse world champion. Stepping in here this weekend, what excites you the most?
Well, what excites me the most is I get to put the magical ride on 2 horses. The first ride is a magical one. I mean, I'm sorry, but that is the magic ride. The first ride on a horse, there's nothing like it.
It's special because there's only one first time.
There's only one first ride. That's the magic ride.
And we can't wait for you to be a part of 2 of those here this weekend. We were a part of your first magical ride when you won it all here last year, so good luck the rest of the weekend, Mike. He has no idea what I said. Not a clue. Guys, it's been a while since you competed here. Nervous, excited, anxious, what's the feeling?
I'm really excited. I'm really excited. The last 10 years have gone really quick. In a horseman's life, 10 years is nothing. I gave my very best last time. I'm going to give my very best this time, and I do believe that I'm more equipped than I was last time to be here.
It goes right back to what you said. You further evolve your education, you should be better the next day, and that continues to grow. So excited to hear that. What are you looking forward to the most?
I just want to put my hands on them. I want to put my hands on them. I want to tell them who I am. And I just, from my heart to theirs, I want them to know that everything I do for their greater good. And I just want to see them shine. God made horses the most incredible animal in the world, and I want to see them shine.
We can't wait to see you shine here the next few days.
Thank you.
I talked about the unique opportunity you have in the past 2 wild card champions down on the other end. Also pretty cool to have 2 past world champions from Road to the Horse, and Mike Major and Guy McLean on the other half of that equation. These 4 going to make it one to remember Dan James. We have been fortunate enough to stand in this arena or Fort Worth or wherever the competition took us, and we've got to be front and center to watch some of the greatest horsemen ever. What's your thoughts going into this weekend about these 2 horses, this overall competition?
Well, I think the thing that always stands out at this event is that everything that you and I discuss on the mic, behind the mic, off camera, that it never typically plans out the way that we thought that it was going to go. So, and that's always the exciting part to this, is that we just don't know how this is going to play out. And it's exciting to watch it unfold.
You got a chance to look at the Colts and kind of take a peek?
I have not really had a chance to look at it. I've walked down the alleyway there, and from everything that I've heard, that this is by far probably one of the most elite group of Colts that has ever set foot from 4-6s here.
I think that's something we're going to talk a lot about, and we'll talk about Dr. Blodgett a lot through the course of the weekend. And one of the things that it's been noted that he left us with was quite possibly the best Remuda we've ever had at Road to the Horse.
Yeah, that's one of the, isn't that incredible to think that, with Dr. Blodgett passing on and to see the lineup of Colts out there. But I got to ask you, have you looked at the Colts? Do you have a pick?
Honestly, I walked through there earlier today, and I stood and visited and kind of watched, and I believe everything that we've been told. When you look at them, they look very even. They look very similar. Why are you looking over my shoulder? You make me nervous.
You're good, mate. You're good.
But it does. And so, again, like you said, our expectations never really continue to evolve. I mean, what we might expect from a Colt might not be what happens here this weekend.
And, that was one of the things that I loved about, when Dr. Blodgett was here with us, is I always loved to hear his off-the-camera insight, like what ones that he would, I remember there was several times that Dr. Blodgett would be like, can you believe he picked that?
Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to go through some of those similar moments here in just a little bit. We're going to do all of that before we leave here this weekend. We're going to get a chance to actually lay eyes on these Colts before we leave here tonight. There's a lot left to go here tonight. Before we move any further, one more time, how about it for my partner, my colleague, my friend, Mr. Dan James. Look forward to a great weekend, buddy. One more time, how about it for all of our past Road to the Horse alumni joining us here our competitors that will step into the round pen. My partner, Lee, great to have you guys. There's so much more. The opening day of Road to the Horse continues in about 15 minutes. Don't go too far. Fans here in Lexington, we're going to let you down on the arena floor before the night's over. We're going to meet the Colts. We're going to continue live coverage at home on Ride Pass. Don't go anywhere. More Road to the Horse in just a few minutes.
I mean, nice big bone, good feet, ideal conformation. But with that, they also need to be athletic enough to be, when they're in the herd doing cow work, they need to be agile enough and quick enough that they can outmaneuver and outthink a cow. And so you have to find that balance of not shrinking them too small with the cutting horse and performance horse world, but yet still having that big bone, big bodied, ideal range horse. And a little bit of history, with the drought of 2011, we shipped cattle up north and to multiple northern states. And during that time from 2011 to 2019, every fall I was able to go with the Cowboys. And so I have a string of 4/6 horses, and I got to witness in 6 different states and multiple settings what is expected of those horses. And so part of my draw and passion with the range horses is getting to see them go all day long in really rough country, and then you get in a small pen in a herd work, and then you see how athletic they are, and they're able to get down and get to work just like any performance horse would be able to.
The American Quarter Horse Association, a legacy built on a foundation of some of the finest horses. Quarter horses are more than just a breed. They're a partner on the ranch, a teammate in the arena, and a friend in life. AQHA values tradition, performance, athleticism, and the unbreakable bond between horses and their riders. Have you seen what AQHA is up to lately?
They say there is no greater love.
Hey, Road to the Horse fans. We are at the Double Horn Ranch, Bluffdale, Texas. Craig Cameron, every role at Road to the Horse you've done, competitor, hosted a little bit on the live stream, everything but pen wrangler.
But pen wrangler, yeah, I've been the host and done a little bit of everything over there since the very beginning. So yeah, it's always a privilege and pleasure to be a part of one of the greatest horse events I think there is, one that really tests a guy's skill from start to finish, stem to stern, right and left, up and down. So yeah, it's a pleasure to be a part of that. And this year, like you said, I'll be the pen wrangler for Cole. I've never played that part before, so they'll have me working on the outside, and I'll be taking orders from my son.
What's the best part of advice that you can give him? We're right before the competition.
Well, just hold the course, work the process, instead of working at the result, they'll work the process. Because if you work the process, it'll take care of the results. Just do what we do, keep reading those horses, feeling of them, feeling for them, so you can feel together, and, Cole does this literally every single day, and I'm really proud of him. He's really made a top hand, and you know, this event's going to be a tough one, though. Everybody's tough out there. You got 2 world champions, 2 wild card champions out there. This might be one of the toughest ones yet. So, you know, and I know every guy's hoping to get a horse that'll really relate to the training, accept the training, which we call disposition. But, you know, that's what the test is all about. And again, 2 horses this year in the first round. I think that's really cool, the way y'all set that up, Tammy, where they work 2 horses just the first day, and then they make a choice. So I really thought that was good, and I think that fits Cole's style just fine.
Perfect. Well, we're counting down. We will see you there next month. Everything but Penrangala, you can check that off the box.
That's
Lexington.
right. All right, we'll see you guys there in Lexington, Kentucky, to the Colts.
You know, there's not one thing I would say that's got me to this point in the horse industry. You know, there's several things that go into a great career, but, you know, the first thing that comes to mind is work ethic. You got to work harder and smarter than everybody else, work ethic. And passion. You got to have a passion for what you do. You know, if you want to be #1 in the world, you don't just do this 9 to 5. You don't just do it Monday to Friday and have the weekends off and like I don't even know, honest to God, I'm probably embarrassed about this. I probably should be, but I'm not. But I don't even know what public holidays are. I have no, other than Christmas, maybe Easter for Christ's sake, I don't know public holidays. I have no idea what these are because I just work every day. You know what I mean? I'm not like a regular government employee. They look forward to public holidays. Like, when's the next one coming around? You know, you don't want to be self-employed with that attitude, that's for sure. You don't want to be trying to build a career and be worried about when public holidays are. Does that make sense? So passion and work ethic are 2 major ingredients if you want to be successful in anything. I didn't mention talent, did I? I said work ethic and passion for what you do.
Growing up out here, the work ethic is just second to none. There's got to be a certain amount of gravel in your guts and just dirty try to be successful. And there's just a resilience to this lifestyle and where we live that creates some really awesome character in people. As a horseman, you've got to be confident enough in what you're doing that you convey that to your horse. But at the same time, you've got to be really honest in evaluating yourself and what you're getting done, whether it's a ranch task or the task of showing. To me, it's a job, and let's go get our job done. In having these great horses, I think it's our pleasure to take care of them. If they look good on the outside, they feel good on the inside.
Has there been a memorable moment for Road to the Horse? Is there a memory that stands out in your mind of seeing that success?
Very much so. Very much so. I seen Nick Dowers ride a horse called Bad Leroy Brown. He was a rank horse. Nick never asked him to do anything he thought the horse couldn't do. He didn't go through the obstacle course. He didn't try to go through the obstacle course. He took that horse, all that horse could stand, which was very little. But he ended up riding him the 3rd day. That's my most memorable moment. A lot of people, if you would have crowded that horse, he would have left the building like Elvis. And if you would not have crowded him enough, you would have left the building like Elvis. So Nick Dowers and Bad Leroy Brown.
state. Barbecue the way you want it to be. Good.
I'm Al Dunning. You know, I've been a professional horse trainer for over 50 years. This is my assistant, Marilyn Brandt. We both wear J.W. Brooks custom hats. J.W. is a real cowboy himself. He knows how to make a great hat. You can tell it in the looks, and you can tell it in the feel. The interior of these hats are beautiful. The new sweatband is awesome. Keeps your hat in place. One thing about J.W. Brooks custom hats, they're firm, and you can feel it by the thump.
So I've been at the 4-6's ranch.
All right, for those of you that are kind of wondering what we're doing here, well, I told you we'd have an opportunity for all of you to come down on the arena floor. We're going to get a chance to meet the Colts here in just a little bit. We're going to do a little Q&A. We're going to have some fun. There's a stairway right here. There's also stairways out on the main concourse that'll bring you through that center pit right out there. So if any of you would like to come down to the arena floor and get an actual bird's eye view down here with a lot of our crew and a lot of our friends, feel free to make your way over and down the concourse, down the stairs, and come join us up close and personal here in just a little bit. A couple of moments away, we're going to do something very, very special, introduce you to more of our Road to the Horse family, and meet our friends of the 4-6's.
Anytime I feel you got me, no. Anytime I see you, let me know. But the plan and see, just let me go. I'm on my knees when I'm begging, cause I don't wanna lose you. Hey, yeah, ra-da-da-da, cause I'm begging you. Put your love in the hand now, baby. I'm begging you. Put your love in the hand now, darling. I need you to understand. Try so hard to be your man, the kind of man you want in the end. Only then can I begin to live again.
Welcome back, everybody, to our opening day of the 2023 Road to the Horse celebration, a crowning of a world champion of Colt starting here in just a couple of moments. One of the cool things we wanted to do here is for many of you that have been coming year after year after year, my round of applause, how many have been here multiple years to Road to the Horse? All right. So with that, there's a lot of familiar faces. We've got a lot of familiar faces within our family as well, kind of behind the scenes. We wanted to take a few minutes and kind of let everybody know who some of those familiar faces are. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to play a little game of introduce yourself to the audience. I have a gentleman right here. You were staring me down, so I went this way. Do me a favor. Tell everybody who you are and how you fit into everything we do here, if you don't mind.
My name's Greg Teagarden. I am the in charge of the video crew that puts the video up on the big screens, and I've been here about 10 years, and I love this show.
And it's interesting, because tell me a little bit about your background before you started coming to Road to the Horse.
I've done plenty of different types of events, from concerts to presidential inaugurations, just the whole gambit. So
the reason I ask you that is because there's so many people within our world now whether it's the folks that work for Ride Pass, whether it's some of you guys that are on the technical aspect of what we do here. But you see this show, and there's something magnetic that keeps coming back.
Yeah, when I first came here, I didn't think I would enjoy it, but it was Guy who was the winner that year, and it just hooked me, and I love coming back here every year.
It's interesting, and I think there's a parallel with a lot of our fans that are here this weekend that maybe didn't grow up in a saddle, that maybe didn't grow up around horses as much, but at some point in your life, you find something, and then there's this connection, and I know that I'm fortunate enough to travel all over the country and do other events. I know you are as well, but there really is something special that happens here.
There is. I'm not a horse guy in any sense of the word, but I love this event, and it's just so captivating.
What's interesting to me is Stormy, you don't always have to be a quote-unquote horse person to actually love horses. We all have that in common, right?
Exactly.
Stormy, if you don't mind, same to you. If you don't mind telling everybody who you are, what do you do here? This year. What do you do here this year?
Yeah, I'm Stormy Mullins, Remuda manager.
Apparently you're doing a heck of a job.
Doing a heck of a job. And what Matt's referring to, I first came here in 2007 as a pen wrangler with Chris Cox.
Never.
Murfreesboro.
Who? Chris. Oh, Cox. Okay.
The guy you used to announce
That's
for.
right. A guy that actually helped bring me into this world as well. Everybody knows and remembers Chris Cox. Obviously a legend in the horse industry, an incredible horseman, winner of Road to the Horse. You first kind of fell in with him.
Yeah, we came here in 2007, 8, 2011. In 13, I was pen wrangler for Aubie Schlom. And then the next year, I was hired on the payroll to be Remuda manager and then judges steward. And it's just kind of
You've
gone
done
from
some
there.
other things outside of Road to the Horse as well. You've had your hand in a lot of other events.
Yeah, I've worked for NCHA, Fort Worth Stock Show. The last 13 years, I've been basically the event manager, equine manager for Mustang Heritage Foundation.
Kind of working on some new things here and there?
Yeah, good new things.
Okay, all right. Talk more about that later maybe. Stormy, great to have you back. A lot of people recognize Stormy. He's been here for so long, been a part of the family. Danny, you're up.
Hi, I'm Danny Lickliger. I'm the director of Western Brands for the parent company of Road to the Horse, Morris Communications. We have Western Horsemen, we have Road to the Horse, we have a PBR Team Sears World Champions, Nashville Stampedes. So just here at the event, we run all the social media. We help with the merchandise, the marketing for the event. I have an incredible group behind me. We just kind of do whatever is needed. If we need to feed the sound guys, we'll feed them. If we need to do math, laundry, we'll do that too. No, we won't.
I'm a little bit of a diva. It's okay. But you do. You help with the entire operations day to day of the Morris family. You mentioned the Nashville Stampede. What people don't realize is there's a lot more to the Road to the Horse family than just this competition.
Yeah, honestly, Road to the Horse is like coming home. You get to see people that you see all year long at other events and other arenas, and we get to come here and just spend a week having fun and celebrating incredible horses and horsemen.
Yeah, it all goes back to the love of the horse, and that's one thing that is a commonality with everybody here this weekend. I think we're going to get into some other commonalities down here. Ma'am, you're up.
Okay, my name is Glenna Wright. I've been coming to Road to the Horse since it was in Murfreesboro. There may be some that have been here since Murfreesboro.
So Glenna, just to kind of put it into perspective, what year, what time frame were we talking?
2011 is when I came.
2011. So you started coming to Road to the Horse when you were about 17, am I right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
just checking.
I wish. I started out as a volunteer and loved it so much that they kept me on, and now I'm the manager of the merchandise booth, and we sell the merchandise. Come by it.
So with that, make sure you get there early because there have been some disappointed people the last few years. When you show up on Sunday, probably going to be too late, right, Glenna?
Yes, yes. If you want a good shirt, you need to get it first thing in the morning because we're going to run out.
Okay, you don't come by yourself anymore, though, am I right?
No, I don't. I've got two families. I bring my personal family, which is about 6 or 7 people that belong to me. And then I have the Road to the Horse family. There's some of them right there. There's another one. There's one down here. So I feel good when I come. I've got my family with me. And then we have the Road to the Horse family that is absolutely awesome. It's just great.
You know what I love about that is as good as you feel, you make the rest of us feel equally as good every time you're here. So thank you for being a bright ray of sunshine for all of us, Glenna.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm Christy Bryan. I work in the vendor hall and the roadie booth. So if you want a new membership, just come see me.
That easy.
I've been with Road to the Horse since 2012.
Okay, so when you started in 2012, same position you were in or is doing something different?
No, I've changed positions I don't know how many times. I started out in the merch booth with my mother-in-law, and then I moved down to the roadie booth and then the vendor hall.
So the mother-in-law
Mother-in-law.
told you it was a family affair. So why don't you introduce us to that handsome gentleman to your left?
He said introduce me.
This is my husband, who is the arena director, and he builds all those wonderful obstacles that you see. I have a son on the floor. I have a brother-in-law on the floor, and...
What about it, big guy? I know you have been here for quite a while. How long have you been a part of this?
I started first in 2010 in Murfreesboro. Then I skipped 11, 12, 13, started back in 14, and haven't missed anything.
Hard to stay away, isn't it? It's hard to stay away, isn't it?
Yes, it's very hard to stay away.
I saw when she was talking about all the work that you put in, you started pointing around. You've got a lot of folks that are...
I got my youngest son right here, my middle brother over here, and of course my wife of 30 years right here, and my mother.
Wait,
and then
wait. Your wife of how many years?
30 years.
I'm hoping to make it to year number 2 here in a little less than a month. Congratulations. That's
Thank you,
amazing.
sir.
That's outstanding.
Thanks, sir.
Outstanding. Dan, there's a whole team that makes all of this possible.
Mate, there is a whole team, and there's a whole team that's been here for a very long time. And one of the people that has been here for a very long time, Tina, we're going to need you for this to come on up. We're going to need you up here for this. So we've been talking about everybody here and that it's been here for a very long time, and one of those people is always on the mic, hard to get him to be quiet, is my good friend and partner here, Mr. Matt West, who we're acknowledging today for 10 years here at Road to the Horse. So we kind of got a sharp one here on you. Matt West, the official host of Road to the Horse, 10 years. There's a presentation here for you, acknowledging everything that you've done. Congratulations, big guy.
You successfully pulled one over on me.
Yeah,
I was wondering why you were hiding in the corner down there. Never one for that's a loss for words. Thank you. It really is special. Tina, now since you pulled all this on me, you've got to step in here, and you're in the hot seat because that it is, and I mean this wholeheartedly. Dan, I've had you standing next to me. I've had Craig stand next to me. I've had Richard stand next to me, and I've enjoyed every single second of every moment of my time here at Road to the Horse. It really has been a family.
Well, we've actually got a couple other people that we're going to recognize here, and Greg is up here with us. Greg, this is your 10th year as well, of course, here with Piranha Productions. Greg, the crew have something here for you. Congratulations, and thank you for your service here at Road to the Horse.
That's amazing.
Now, somebody that is here but not here with us is Aaron. And Aaron has been the technical director for a long time. We actually have him on FaceTime right here. Mate, congratulations, 10 years of working here at Road to the Horse. Thank you for all that you've done behind the scenes. And of course, that is Aaron Fanner, our technical director.
Is that what his title is? Oh, I've never known what he does.
I just found out.
Okay, I was very curious what Aaron did. He's on the cell phone right there. Everybody, big round of applause for Aaron Fanner, if you don't mind.
Now, somebody else that is also their 10th year that actually helped to put this all together and doesn't know that it's about to come is, of course, our very own Tammy Scrone, 10 years, and the team has put together a hat can that's empty that you go and get your very own new custom J.W. Brooks hat. So, Tammy, thank you for all that you do here at Road to the Horse.
Hey, and with that being said, Tammy, I want to keep you for a moment because I want everybody to understand the journey that you've had within the Road to the Horse family.
Thanks, Matt. I am in love with this family. I love this brand. This is a labor of love for so many people. I've been with Road to the Horse for a long time, 2011, 2012, and it's definitely a passion for us. We all have horses. We all love horses. We love each other. You won't find a better crew on the planet. It doesn't matter if it's in the rain and they're carrying suitcases to the hotel for you, or horse got loose, we can count on each other, and that means so much for us. And it's a rare thing, and we're a big family, and you're a part of it. So thank you.
Congratulations, Tammy. Are you done with the surprises?
Done with the surprises. Okay. I think the next big surprise is this arena. It looks like it's ready for something.
Yeah, it does. Stay on script now that I know where we're going. Tina Baddock, really quick. We have talked on this stage in the past, the acquisition from the Morris family of Road to the Horse to combine them into the family with the Western Horsemen, now the Nashville Stampede. How special has all of this been for the Morris family and everybody that works with them?
Well, the Morris family has a long-held love and passion for horses and the Western lifestyle, and they want to do whatever they can to continue to foster everyone's love for the horse and make us all better horse people and bring that to as many people as possible. So it's definitely a labor of love for them as well.
Well, on behalf of all of us that are horse lovers and fans of this incredible event, thank you to you, the Morris family, everybody that continues to pour so much time, energy, and money into making this such an outstanding event. Thank you, Tina.
Thanks, everyone, for coming out. We look forward to a really exciting weekend.
Hey, not just the crew that's on the stage, but everybody that's wearing the shirts that match all of these folks. Do me a favor, how about one time as loud as you can, will you tell them thank you for all of their hard work here at Road to the Horse? You really did get me. And our poor photographer, she looked at me and she said, hey, is this where we're doing the awards presentation? And I said, not that I know of. Had no clue. Cool. Very cool. Very cool. All right, let's get another very esteemed group up here on the stage. Yeah, Jeff, that means you. We're going to welcome our officials, Jeff Williams, Larry D. Guy, Punk Carter, Eric Hoffman, and Jesse Westfall. Do me a favor, welcome them to the stage, everybody, if you don't mind.
Wherever you guys want to go. Can we sit down?
Yes, Jeff, you can sit down. Hand him a microphone. I want to get straight to it. Jeff has been here. You can hold it. You can hold on to it because we're just going to pass it down the line. He can't hear me either. He's the only guy that hears worse than Mike Major. Jeff, how long have you been here, part of Road to the Horse?
6 or 7 years. Somewhere along in there.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about your background, though, over 4 decades of starting colts and training horses.
pretty well, closer to 5, yeah.
Closer to 5 decades. I stand corrected. So for people that are kind of curious how we come about and get these judges, tell us a little bit about your background and who you are away from this arena.
Yeah, we grew up in West Texas, and it's cow country, you know, and there's a lot of big ranches where I come from, 100,000 acres, 150,000 acres. They all got a band of mares, and there's several big sales. They put horses in. I started Colts for a lot of different ranches, and still do, just not in big numbers as I always have. But now I take on a lot of young kids and try to teach them the same trade. The cattle is lower now because of the drought the last 2 years, but the horse program is still just as good or better than ever. And I'm glad to be a part of it.
We're glad to have you here. Such a keen eye for everything that happens inside of the arena. Welcome back, Jeff. He has, again, he has no idea what I just said. Let's go to Mr. Westfall. Jesse, we got an opportunity to meet you earlier today. I think you undersold maybe your biggest accomplishment in life. Folks, that is Stacy Westfall's husband right there.
I outkicked my coverage there.
We all did. We all did. Jesse, let's talk a little bit about, we obviously saw what you do with the Asbury University. We've seen what you have done here as a judge for many years, but talk to me a little bit about how you got involved in horsemanship from the very beginning.
Well, you know, I grew up wanting a horse, and I lived in town. My parents said no. They told me I could get a dog. I found a 4-H group. They had horses out back. I wanted to spend all my time with the horses. I was just a little guy, and they told me if I would come out and help with chores, they would let me ride. I took them up on it, and they saw how interested I was, and they told me I could start showing it in 4-H. I did that for 3 years, and my parents realized, okay, he's really serious, and so they bought me a $500 pony. It came with a saddle, bridle, everything, and I've never looked back.
You've never looked back. An NHRA judge for over 14 years now. You've been a part of this for several years. The one thing that stands out to me, Jesse, about you is I've never, ever, ever seen you not happy and smiling. And I mean that. And it's serious. When we get into some of these competitions, it's very serious, watching what's going on, and you've got to be very keen and locked in, but you always have a smile on your face. And I've got to assume that has something to do with these animals.
Yeah, you know, I feel so blessed because I love people, I love horses, and they're both a huge part of my life. And so what is there not to be happy about right now? I just get to be surrounded by great people, great horses, learning about the horsemanship. There's so much to be grateful for.
You're sitting next to greatness right there. Larry D. Guy. Welcome, Larry. The first time Larry D. has been a part of the judging panel, Hall of Famer, world champion. For folks that don't know, kind of give us the synopsis of the resume for Larry D. Guy.
You know, I grew up on a ranch in Abilene, Texas, and, you know, we have 10,000 acres there and always worked cattle, and I was one of those kids that, you know, we'd unload our horses, and the cowboys would get on theirs, and one of their horses would take off and go to bucking, everybody go to hollering, and I wanted to be that, you know. That's what I wanted to be, and so, you know, that's how I grew up, is, you know, riding horses, training horses, and rodeoing.
Well, and you have helped produce some of the greatest horses rodeo has ever seen. You've been one of the greatest talents a rodeo arena has ever been graced by. So thank you for being a part of our Road to the Horse family here this weekend.
Thank you so much.
Punk Carter, welcome back, my friend. Great to have you.
Thanks.
For folks that don't know, give us a little bit of the background.
Oh, I've been around horses all my life. I mean, my granddad, my dad, my great-grandfather, they were all horse people. And me and Jeff grew up in an era, it's not like it is today, the horsemanship side of it. We grew up, they eared them down, we got on them. We got bucked off, we got back on. But, you know, it's so great to see this. I about 20 years ago, a guy came, I met, he's a Hawaiian guy, probably one of the best horsemen I've ever seen. But I had a mare there one day just having all kinds of trouble, and he said, let me have her for a while. Now, it just changed my life the way what he did to her, my way of thinking about young horses. It's been I feel blessed to be where I am. And I'm going to tell you one thing. I've judged all kinds of horse events, everywhere you can think of. I enjoyed this more than anything I've ever done.
That is something we hear a lot. NCHA Hall of Famer Punk Carter, everybody, joining us here this weekend. Eric Hoffman. Eric, welcome to Lexington, Kentucky.
Thank you, Matt.
First time you've been here at the horse park.
It is, and it's a beautiful place. We drove around a little bit today, and yeah, I'm from Southwest Montana, so we don't get away from there very often, and we always hear about the Kentucky Horse Park, and it's kind of, it's a neat reality to see.
So tell me a little bit, and I'm going to get this title wrong, but the director of horsemanship at, is that right?
Go ahead and say that again.
Your title, and your.
I have a lot of titles, I guess. Yeah, so one of them, I'm the director of horsemanship education at the Montana Center for Horsemanship, and then I'm also the head horsemanship instructor at our University of Montana Western horsemanship program there.
So you spend every day of your life giving back to others and teaching them about horsemanship.
Yeah, students, right now we teach probably 10, 12 hours a day, and I've been doing that about 14 years. We do a lot of Colt starting classes and all that, so we're getting a lot of our youth of today and showing them good quality horsemanship. And an event like this, to me, is the future of our youth to keep the industry going. And like Punk said, I'm not as old as Punk yet, but I think the quality of horsemanship it's in a good view, I think, for the future for our youth. And I think an event like this, that's what we need to promote.
Well, as difficult as it will be for our 4 competitors here this weekend, equally, if not more so, difficult for our panel of judges. Folks, it's an honor to stand up here with these 5. Do me a favor. How about you welcome them to Lexington, Kentucky? Big round of applause for our judging panel here at this year's Road to the Horse. Let's do this officially now. For the first time of the 2023 Road to the Horse, let's welcome our 4 competitors. Let's start with the 2021 Wild Card Champion, Cole Cameron. The 2022 Wild Card Champion, J.R. Robles. He's a past world champion of Road to the Horse. Welcome back, the incomparable Guy McLean. The reigning, defending champion of Road to the Horse. Please welcome back Mr. Mike Major. We're going to make a very special presentation here in just a couple of moments, but let's do this real quick. I know he can't hear me, so somebody's going to have to whisper in his ear. Mike, it's real now. For the first time, you 4 have been introduced as the competitors. It's almost go time. How you feeling in this moment right now?
Hey, I'm feeling great. Look at all these people out here, man. How could you not be feeling good?
And we're gonna fill the rest of this arena here in just a couple of moments with those Colts from the 4-6s. How excited are you?
Oh, wow. That's my trouble is I don't know many words, so it's hard to put it into words.
Well, you got a little advantage on the guy next to you. At least you speak fluent English, okay? Guy McLean, welcome back, buddy. Again, it's official. It's been, about a decade since you won your title here at Road to the Horse. Here we are, 2023. You got a chance at another one.
It feels like yesterday, mate. I rode mate in here today, and it just feels like yesterday. I'm so excited to be here and to be able to share what we do on a daily basis.
Little different now. You're standing on the stage, and typically the folks are so far away. They're right here in front of you. What is the feeling like to look down and see all these fans that are going to be cheering on you for the next few days?
These events are wonderful, and we are important, and the horses are extremely important, but there is no show without you all. Thank you for turning up.
J.R. Robles. Different city, different arena, different crowd, same goal in mind. You said you were a little bit nervous earlier. What about now?
I just feel the energy from the crowd coming up on stage, so I'm getting pumped up. I'm really excited to start tomorrow. So thank you guys, I appreciate it.
Cole, 2021 Wild Card Champion. It's real, buddy. We're here. The time is now. Game on. What's the emotions?
Man, I'm just ready to get in that round pen and do what I do every day.
Dan James, how excited are you? Take a look at these four guys. The next 3 days are going to, I kind of got chill bumps right now thinking about how good this is going to get.
Well, mate, being able to go through and to watch all of these guys before, of course, with Guy, getting to compete alongside of him and then watch him over the years, but to get to see it's a different lineup, it's going to be interesting to see these guys all working together at the same time. Like, we've seen them all individually, never at the same time. But I got a question that I'd like to ask from. What have you guys been doing for your preparation for this event? I'll start down here with Cole.
Well, there's a pen wrangler down there who's been working me like in boot camp. We've been starting a lot of horses, but nothing's really changed. We've always started a lot of horses. So just trying to stay true to our method and true to ourselves and work from the inside of the horse to the inside of us.
Good deal. JR, what about your preparation?
I arranged things so that as we were getting closer to this event, I had some colts come in to get started for clients. And so, we have show season coming up right around the corner, actually already started, but I wanted to really focus on this. So we were meeting as a group, and we were taking notes, watching past Road to the Horse events, and just making sure that we were on top of things and making sure that we were taking what we did in Fort Worth and bringing it here. So just like Cole, starting different horses and making sure that my pen wrangler and I were on the same page with what we were doing.
Perfect, good deal. Guy.
Mate, I've just been working horses at home and trying to be the very best horseman in the moment for that individual horse. But I've got a pen wrangler that I don't normally have. He's a dear friend of mine, Nate Prefett, and he and we did an hour's session, just like we're going to do here, and we went through all the rules, and he was so funny. He introduced me as you. He did the whole introduction, like in his accent, it wasn't, I could understand him, but I can understand you. He did that. We did the whole hour with the young horse, and we did the time in and out, but other than that, mate, just because these young horses are only going to be unridden for one session, and then they're going to be like other horses we've met. So just trying to be the horseman in the moment that the horse needs.
What about you, Mike? I think, I was thinking about it earlier when Mike was talking. I think Mike's new nickname should be Magic Mike.
Do you know what? Never mind. Mike made some magic happen last time he was at a Road to the Horse arena. What have you been doing to prepare for this weekend?
Well, I've been riding with Dan James, the all-time world champion guy, I was lucky enough to go with him to the American, which he put on a fabulous show. But other than that, we've just been the same thing we do every day, riding horses. We started a bunch of colts, went down to my son-in-law's place in Hobbs, New Mexico, started a bunch of colts down there, and took a bunch of my horses that I ride every day anyway, so just riding. That's all we do every day, is ride.
Just riding. And I like it because hopefully we're going to see a lot of riding here this weekend. One thing we are going to see our good friends at Rocket Donkey that are joining us here. Very special presentation. Going to ask Miss Kennedy Smith to join us to actually present all four of our competitors with a brand new Road to the Horse jacket. Okay. All right. I completely understand. So, guys, if you don't mind, there is Mr. Mike Major right there. Beautiful jackets. And, again, Rocket Donkey, one of our newest partners and a big member of our Road to the Horse family here this weekend, wanted to do something special and present all of our competitors with a beautiful Road to the Horse leather jacket. So if you get an opportunity to go by and check out those folks, please, I'd encourage you to do so. Dan James, look at the inside. Even the inside is lined with the Road to the Horse logo.
I'll be honest, I'm a little jealous right now. They are sharp. They have upped their game.
Kind of want to throw your name in the ring all of a sudden to get one of those jackets. Looking good, fellas. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Kennedy. Thank you to Rocket Donkey as they get them styling here today. One more time, how about it for our 4 competitors at this year's Road to the Horse? Looking good, fellas. You can sit back, relax if you don't mind. We're going to bring up another guest, if you don't mind, Dan. We have talked about the long-standing partnership with the 4-6's Ranch. Obviously, there's a lot we're going to talk about there this weekend, but I'd like to bring up Dr. Nathan Canaday to join us here, kind of stepping in for Dr. Blodgett here, obviously. Guys, I'm going to steal one of these microphones. There you go. Welcome, buddy.
Hello, how are you?
Really good. Great to have you. If you don't mind, have a seat. Let's talk a little bit about what we keep hearing. We keep hearing that this is quite possibly... No, you know what? You tell me about the Colts that you guys brought.
Well, I think here in a minute you're going to see that the Remuda is going to speak for itself. We got quite a wide variety, different stallions, a lot of repeat pedigree, 2 new stallions that have never been to the Road to the Horse before, and I hope they both get picked. And then, you know, we can't just stop and pause and reflect on Dr. Blodgett and his influence on this pedigree of this group of horses. Very well represented.
When you look back there, what stands out to you?
Well, to me, the 2 that really stand out are number 6 and 10. Mostly number 10 is a One Famous Eagle, which was one of Dr. Blodgett's favorite race stallions. And he bred her to a Tanqueray Gin daughter that was crossed on Bet He's a Cat. And that pedigree just screams Dr. Blodgett. And so I think that one, he's real quick-footed and athletic. He's not much of a looker right now, but he's going to grow into one. And I think he's one to watch. And then that Play Gun, number 6, I think he is athletic, and he's going to be fun to watch.
It's going to be fun to watch all of these. Dan?
Well, mate, what I'm always interested in is you can look at the pedigree, you can look at the Colts, but based on for this event, if you thought that you had to put your money on one right now for this event, what do you think it'd be?
A lot of pressure.
Would it be the same as that you just talked about, or would it look different?
Oh, I don't think you could go wrong with any of the 10 or 12 to pick from, but I think they're going to be all great choices. I think there's one, I think if I recall, he's number 3, that whenever he comes out here, he tends to lead the pack. He's not looking back. He's not afraid to be a leader. And I think he's really one that you could go a long way on as well.
You know what? You said it a moment ago. We'll be able to see it for ourselves. I'd love to sit up here and visit with you all evening long, but I'd rather see it for myself.
Indeed.
Guys, let's bring them in. Nathan, if you don't mind, introduce us to your team that's joining us here today.
Yes, I'm glad you asked. The ranch family is so important to me, and everything that's gone on the past couple months has just exemplified that. Over here on the end is Joe Leathers. He's the general manager of the ranch. And then we have Colton, Hey, Colton, wave your hand. He is our mare manager, also known as the mare man in this world. And then next to him is Casey Green. He's our wagon boss.
Great to have you guys joining us here. You talked about the leader of the pack coming in here. Can you talk specifically about each one?
Sure, if you want to.
Let's go through the pack really quick, and let's just highlight something about each one as we go through. We'll start with the number one.
Sure. I'm going to pull up my notes.
You're okay. Again, and all of our competitors looking anxiously, staring down to try to start to position and figure out which one is going to be their dancing partner, or which two dancing partners they will have. So let's start with the number one.
So the number one horse, his name is Cowboy Mink. He's a sixes pick by Mink Rapper, who is a good bar rapper, who's had multiple competitors here in the past. I think he is going to be an outstanding choice, very athletic. The number two horse, his name is Betts Red. He's a cat by Red Riding Hood. So I'm a veterinarian by trade, so I know all the medical history on these guys. And so whenever I see these guys, all I can think of is what I know about them medically in combination with their pedigree. And the number two horse, whenever he was a baby, he was very curious, and he sniffed a rattlesnake, which did not end well for him. So we had to treat him, and obviously he has no negative side effects from it, but whenever I see him, I just can't help but remember whenever he was bitten by a rattlesnake as a baby.
Handy little piece of info.
But I think he is curious in nature, whether for the good or bad.
There you go. Moving on now to the number three.
Number three is Talking Cows, Natural Bottom. We have a couple of natural bottoms in this group, and you can tell who they are. They kind of look a lot alike. The mama is My Sweet Talking Baby. She's another mare that has had multiple geldings here in the past. The number four horse is King County Pick.
It's a little sorrel right here closest to all the fans
yep,
down on
right
the arena floor.
Right near the fence there. He's going to be, I know he's just a plain sorrel, but I think he's going to be fun and athletic. He's, again, another sixes pick. I only have a couple horses in my string, and one of them is a sixes pick, and I love them. They can go all day long, and very tough, good ranch horses.
What about the number five?
Number five, again, is another natural bottom out of one of our 59 mare bands. Your Turn to Play, which is a plain stylish daughter. I think that horse, just naturally is going to be a fantastic cutting horse. It can go on, obviously, to be a ranch horse, but it's got a lot of good cutting pedigree there.
So from your point of view, when we're talking about these pedigrees, how important is it, if you're in the position of one of these competitors, how important is it, do you think, to line up with the right pedigree?
Well, the saying about good feeding and good breeding is important, but also you can't just forget to look at the horse and take what into account that horse is. And in a competition like this, to me, of course, I'm not a competitor, but you got to either go big or go home. So our Cowboys have been joking about it, but the horse we're fixing to get to, the number 6, the Play Gun, he's going to probably be one of the more challenging horses to start, but it's one of those deals, once you connect with him, he's going to take you a long ways.
Well, let's dive into that number 6, if you don't mind.
Yes, number 6, his name is Canyon Gun. He's a Play Gun out of Cat's Canyon. I think he's going to be one of the more athletic, quick-footed horses in the group. And again, all the 4-6 Cowboys have been wanting to challenge the competitor with picking him.
So if you really want to challenge yourself, might be one you dive into right there.
That's right. That's right.
Let's keep rolling. The number 7 is right there closest to the fans up against the fence.
Sure. Number 7 is Cowpuncher 2020. Again, a 6's pick out of a mare named 6's Play Gun. Again, nice, big, stout, solid horse. I think he's just going to be a good boned, solid conformation horse that I think you can't go wrong with.
The fans are down here. Folks are trying to sway the decision of our competitors up here. I got a feeling they're starting to do a little studying themselves.
Well, and that number 7 is a big favorite because he's on his left eye. He's got a blue pigment in his iris there, and it's real cool looking. So
unique.
Very unique.
All right, let's go to the number 8.
The number 8 is Guthrie Whiskey, a Guthrie City Limits out of the mare Frenchman's Whiskey. She is a Paddy's Irish Whiskey daughter. Where's he at? I can't see. I lost him.
And I'm going back to kind of what you were talking about. You know, we take into consideration the pedigree, but I love the fact that you said you've got to just lay eyes on him. You got to take what you see in front of you. There's the number 8 right here towards the back of the pack. But it really is a total package. You got to look at everything when
definitely
you're diving through.
And this group of horses, I mean, you can see you got horses like that number 7. He's just friendly as can be. He wants to come up here and get haltered already.
Right.
And this group, you know, when we designate them to be part of the Road to the Horse Remuda, we don't mess with them. You know, we do general herd health. We vaccinate them, deworm them, but we're not out there pre-halter breaking them, training on them. And so ones like him, they're just naturally craving that human connection.
Let's go to number 9. Looking through the pack here, I believe, number 9's right here, closest to the fence.
Number 9 is Natural Top. He's a natural bottom out of the mare Natural Step. Again, just solid 4/6 pedigree through and through. I think he's going to be another solid, athletic, well put together ranch horse.
I think you could say that about every horse
I
that's
know
down
it.
on the arena
I
floor
know
right
it.
now. And I mean, it does sound redundant, it does sound repetitive, but it is true when you talk about this group of horses. Let's go to the number 10.
Number 10, I can say something a little different about this one. It's one of the first times we've had a race stallion as a sire, One Famous Eagle. He's a multi-million-dollar sire, one of Dr. Blodgett's favorites that he had picked out as a yearling. Whenever I first went to the ranch in 2006, we were halter breaking him actually, and he went on and raced and then came to the ranch as a sire and been raising multi-million-dollar winning race sires. Dr. Blodgett loved to cross a race sire on a ranch mare, and so he picked a Tanqueray gin daughter that was, by bet he's a cat, and that pedigree on number 10 is just classic for what he was looking for. So I think he's going to be a fun one to watch.
We're only about a month and a half away from the Derby. You think one of these 4 can have him ready?
You never know.
Put him on the track. Let's go to number 11 now.
Number 11 is Jess's Kingdom. He's a Jess's Topaz, which is a Mr. Jess Perry's son, out of the mare Famous Lucille, who has a lot of barrel racing pedigree. So he's also going to be very athletic.
Any of you guys interested in a barrel horse? No? Okay, just checking. I have a feeling that just you saying that, a lot of the ladies down here would love to see one of these guys get a hold of the number 11. Let's go ahead and finish it off. Let's talk about the number 12.
Number 12 is Morale. He's a 6's pick by the mare 6's Oats. She's out of the Oats and Cream Stoley. In the past, Speedy Cream was also related to that horse. So, like I said, there's a lot of past pedigree overlap with some of these horses here.
We're going to watch these colts kind of move through for a few minutes, and I'm going to do something different. Dan, if any of the fans have questions, I'd invite you to come up here. If you have any questions to any of our competitors, we can kind of relay those up here and give you guys a chance to talk to some of our competitors. But Dan, you kind of heard the rap sheet about all 12 colts. Again, now what sticks out to you? Is there one in there? Is there 2 in there? Is there a group of 5? I mean, personally, I've got it narrowed down to about 12 that I would pick from.
Just 12?
Yeah, just 12.
Oh, mate, it's still kind of, for me, it's still early days. This was the real first chance that I've got to look at them. I'm probably going to sleep on it and have that order marked out today. And I always go through when I'm doing this and I'm like, am I picking the horse that I want to ride? Am I picking the horse for this competition? Because sometimes the answer is different.
Okay, that was going to be my question is, are you looking for something specific? Are you looking for something to get you through these 3 days, something that's going to helping that process? Are you looking long term? Like, is the mindset different for everybody that comes to this competition?
Well, I can say that the first year that I did this competition, and I picked Swampy, they were, everyone thought I'd have this amazing thought out process. And they're like, why'd you pick him? I'm like, because he was great and he looked cool.
Perfect. There's some really cool looking horses out there. I mean, there's one turning towards us right now. There's some beautiful horses down in the arena right now.
I think that, if you're Guy or JR, there's some horses out there that could match your team pretty well.
That's true. That's true. Guy, I mean, there's some horses down here that might fit in with the rest of the pack. What do you think?
Oh, any one of them would be wonderful. They're lovely animals. They've been bred for many years, and they're fantastic canvases for us to paint on. And I'm just so excited to be able to see what we can do with them. They got here happy, healthy, and well, and they're just wonderful horses. And I'm really impressed with the way the 4/6's handlers are looking after them. That you can see that these horses are important to them, and now they're going to be important to all of us.
So you're not going to give us any insight as to what you're really looking at, are you?
I really like the look of this chestnut here with the gentleman in the red on. I'd like to start him because he looks like he'd be lovely to ride.
Might not be a bad idea. Mike, when you look out there at that group of horses, what do you see?
I see a bunch of really nice horses. And as far as picking, I haven't been able to choose where I want to go or how I want to do this. I could probably pick the ones I don't want and tell everybody, yeah, that's what I'm going to pick. Maybe some of these guys will pick them.
That's a really good idea, actually, Mike. That's a pretty solid strategy, buddy.
No, but honestly, really good pen of horses. I mean, really, really good pen of horses. 30 years ago, I'd have been so excited for them to bring all those horses to my house and to get them started over a week or two. That would have been a blast. There's a good pen of horses.
You say 30 years ago like you've lost the step. Let me tell you something. There's going to be an arena full of people that are excited to see you start a few here this weekend.
Well, I can't wait. I can't wait till we put them in the pen and just go for it.
All right, Cole, same deal. I've seen you studying. I've seen you looking. I've seen you listening. You're paying very close attention to everything that's happening here.
No, I've already picked one for Cole. I reckon that red-looking horse there, you'd be calling Powerade,
Yeah.
Kool-Aid Powerade.
Mike already called dibs on that one, so, you got to respect our elders. No, really, I'm going to be the first competitor in Road to the Horse history that is hoping for last pick because there's so many good ones, I don't want to be first.
And honestly, kind of take the pressure away, right? Like, if you're that first guy, you've got the pressure. And I don't know how it's all going to go down. I don't know who's going to pick first, how things are going to shake out. But you kind of take the pressure away, right? Because that number one pick, there's a lot of expectations, and you're hoping to kind of draw deep, huh?
I'm hoping to, yeah. I would love that number 4 pick.
What about you, JR? You want to pick first, last? Does it matter at this point?
I've gotten this far just basically trusting God, and He's leading me in the right direction. So I'm going to keep doing the same thing. When we got to Fort Worth, we wanted the first pick, and ended up being the last pick, and we got the horse that wasn't picked in Kentucky the year before, and then got brought to Fort Worth. And again, it kind of happened the way it did. We got paired up, and we rolled with it. And so I'm going to do the same thing this time around. We have a list of horses that we've said yes, maybe, and no to. And so, as you're watching, it kind of changes a little bit. But at the end of the day, I'm just leaving it into the hands of God, and whatever He decides, I'm just going to go with that.
Well said. Biggest problem here is none of these horses have been passed over at a competition previously for you. So unfortunately, going to have a very difficult decision when it comes to that time. But I love the perspective, love the way you're looking at it. Nathan, you've heard from all 4 of the competitors. Are they looking at this thing right? Do you think they are? Do they think they have the right mindset coming into this?
It's definitely interesting listening to the strategy. I kind of agree with them that it would be hard to be the first pick for sure. And I like Mike's strategy of trying to do a decoy there.
I got it, yeah.
I'd like to be the first pick.
Guy would like to be the first pick?
Yep.
You just throwing all in?
Yeah, I'd love to be the first pick. Get it out of the way. I'm nervous. I just want to get going.
I feel like all of a sudden, though, Nathan, I'm going to get out of the way because all of a sudden, Nathan is the prettiest girl at the dance. The second he starts to talk, everybody on this stage just turns. And there's a lot of pressure on you right now, buddy, because, but it goes to show how closely these four are paying attention, how bad they want to get every single step of this process right.
Well, from 6 o'clock this morning, every one of them was up here drinking a cup of coffee, having some notes, studying these horses. So they're definitely taking it serious.
Well, not everybody, no?
Oh, man.
I was in bed with my wife. I've got my priorities right.
There you go. There you go. In all honesty, and we kind of touched on it and scratched the surface of it, and we'll talk about it through the weekend. But we said this earlier. Dr. Blodgett's legacy obviously will be incredible. But in terms of this competition, leaving behind this group of horses was pretty special.
Definitely, definitely.
When you guys go to select those horses this week, and I'll start with you, since you've been here for the longest. You know, when you think and you look back, the partnership with the 4-6s, everything that Dr. Blodgett brought to this arena, the incredible horses he kept continuing to bring, how much is going to be on your heart and on your mind this weekend when you think about that?
I think we're all writing for him. I wrote a poem that I'm going to recite tomorrow, and I think we're all writing for him, and we'll all be out there doing what he wants us to do, and that's to take best care of his babies that he put together.
Same thing, Mike. You know, I mean, obviously, Dr. Blodgett's legacy, he's going to be a piece of every second of this competition. What do you take from that?
Well, it's just amazing because, I mean, you see Doc's hand on all of these horses here, and the legacy that he has left behind is absolutely amazing. You know, and so to pick horses, you know, it's just like picking it's like picking legacy. It's actually what it is.
I want to switch it up, and I'm going to stand between you two for a minute because kind of the new kids on the block, the two newer competitors, the wild card champions. I'll start with you because you've been here as some sort, whether it's a spectator, whether it's a son, whatever it is, you've been here. When you look at the other half of the equation, those two guys, just talk to me about Guy McLean and Mike Major.
Oh, I have nothing but the utmost respect for him. I've been talking to Mike about coming out and riding with him at some point after this. He has so much knowledge, and I just want to learn. And Guy's a legend. I watched Guy win 2 championships in this arena. I watched him go against my dad and Pat in 2012, and he's a humble guy, great person, and I'm happy to be on the same stage as these folks. So.
Pretty exciting stuff. JR, same. When you look across the equation, I mean, it's the two young guys and the two proven veterans. What's your thoughts about the two guys down there?
Same thing, the utmost respect to them. My hat goes off to you guys. It's pretty cool being here and even being on the same stages with the guys that I've seen over the years on TV and magazines and stuff. And to be here meeting you guys and competing against you guys is absolutely unreal and surreal. And so just watching you guys, when you guys are riding, even just warming up your horses, I'm always peeking over and, okay, what are they doing? They're lifting a rein here. What did that mean? They put a spur there. What did that mean? So I'm just like a sponge. I'm always trying to learn, always trying to soak it up. And so for me, I'm always feeling like I'm playing a game of catch up because I've been in this for 12 years total. And so for me, when I'm watching these guys, and Colt too, when you guys are out there, to me, it's like, okay, what are they doing and what can I learn from? So for me, this is a treat, absolute treat.
Pretty cool to see, Dan James.
Yeah, mate, it would make anyone want to jump back in and get into a round pen.
Oh, is that true? It just make you want to jump back in there and compete, does it?
We'll just leave it right there.
Okay, all right. Again, kind of wrapping things up here today. Do me a favor. For the guys from the 4-6s, those Colts down on the arena floor, would you give them a round of applause and tell them all thank you for being here and being a part of what we're doing? Dan, step up here with me really quickly. We're looking, they're looking. You can tell they're studying. Everybody's got a game plan. Everybody's got a strategy. And even if that strategy is just, you know what, throw your hands up in the air and see what happens. Everybody has a plan coming into this. But as a former competitor, if you were in this spot right now, how would you feel? Would the heart be racing? Would it be a moment of peace? What is it?
I think that all the four competitors described it, all those emotions in the questions that we've asked them going into. It's the excitement about being here, it's the calm before the storm. But I think there's always something about this moment right now. You've seen the horses, you've got time to think about it, and it's this moment between right now and the selection and getting started that I always felt there was the most anxiety, and I'm sure a lot of these guys can relate to that. It's right now and between stepping in that round pen that you've got time to think, time to debate, you know, what horse, how's it's going to play out. This moment, I feel like, is always the part that is actually kind of comes with a little anxiety to it, excitement wrapped around it until you get time to crack that pen and start.
Question is, are any of these competitors going to sleep tonight? Round one starts right here tomorrow. One more time, J.R. Robles, Cole Cameron, Mike Major, Guy McLean, the Colts from the 4-6s. It all starts tomorrow live from Lexington, Kentucky, the 2023 Road to the Horse World Championships. How about it one more time for those Colts, everybody, huh? If you're talking to folks at home that could not be here, do me a favor, tell them to download the Pluto TV app within seconds. No information, doesn't cost anything, but within seconds they'll be able to access hundreds of channels. Most importantly, Ride Pass, where they can watch every second of this competition. Again, fellas, Guy, Nathan, thank you so much. Mike, good luck this weekend. Cole, JR, excited to see everything that happens. One more time, Lexington, Kentucky. How about it for the competitors of this year's Road to the Horse? All right, Dan, we'll do this tomorrow. Don't forget, folks, you can check your schedules. We will get rocking and rolling tomorrow with the first official day of the competition. God bless each and every one of you for hanging out with us here tonight. Good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
The two most important days in your life are the day you're born and the day you find out why. Countless early mornings and many late nights, we have built this from the ground up. I'm an athlete. I'm obsessed with it. For the love in every horse. Lead, don't follow.
Farm life means always hoping for the best, but planning for uncertainty. You have to be ready for the next everything. The next dawn, the next season, the next harvest, the next technology, the next challenge, and the next generation. No matter what comes your way, we can help keep you ready for the next.
Ranching is passed down from generation to generation. Know what else gets passed down? The world's finest ranch and rodeo equipment, manufactured by WW Livestock Systems. Ranchers demand quality, and they have come to depend on WW equipment to fulfill their needs, large or small. We invite you to consider WW, made in America, available coast to coast. WW Livestock Systems, the world's finest since 1945.
It's incredibly difficult to train a horse for 3 different events, but it's pretty magical to get up in the morning and do what we love, and we get to do it alongside the people that we love. Someone once told me that if you try to get a horse 1% better each day, at the end of 100 days, they're going to be 100% better. They're going to fight for you, and they want it as much as you do.
The bond and connection is just so much stronger with them than I have ever had with any of my domestic horses. To be able to see horses out in the wild in their natural habitat and just, being horses and their social interactions is absolutely phenomenal. Horses do have such deep connection between one another. I feel like with Mustangs, because they are so different, they literally come in all kinds of shapes, sizes, and colors. I feel like a privilege to be able to have one of those horses and kind of take care of them and call them mine.
Red State. Barbecue the way you want it to be. Good.
Ranching and rodeo, a dying breed. Growing up, you wanted those older cowboys that you admired to someday call you a cowboy. I don't know what to do to preserve it. How do you step forward to make sure that we embrace this heritage and it keeps going? You can go be a rodeo cowboy. You can go be an astronaut. Nobody can tell you you can't do that if you want to work at it hard enough. If you really told people the time and the hours that you put in, they wouldn't believe you anyway. It might take 12 hours that day, and we might be 30 minutes, but to me, it's the love of what you do. If money's super important, I'm doing the wrong thing, but for me to be able to get to make a living doing what I do, I kind of got to pinch myself because I truly love what I do. You come to grips that there's just a few people that really care about what you're doing. It's amazing what you can accomplish if you don't care who gets the credit. Just make sure it gets taken care of.
Never saw it coming, happened all at once, and now, this is now. And I can let it break me, I can let it take me down, all the way down. That's not how I'm made. I won't be afraid. I'll get back up, get back on and ride. I got dreams to chase and I ain't the quitting kind. I got miles and miles and miles to go, and this ain't my last rodeo. No, I'll get back up, get back on and ride, 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 ride. Every day's another chance to take a leap of faith. Find a way onward, and I can feel you with me every single step I take. You make me stronger. Turn and face the sun. Let this pony run. quitting kind. Yeah, I know I've got miles to go, but this ain't my last rodeo. No, I'll get back up, I'll get back on and ride. Every day's another chance to take a leap of faith. Find a way onward.
Barrel Horse News is your guide to getting faster. In both the magazine and online, find articles about training. Learn helpful techniques to improve your times. Discover products to help you and your horse be your best. Learn veterinary insights to maintain your horse's good health. See results from events coast to coast. If it's about barrel racing, Barrel Horse News covers it. We're here to help you get faster.
So I've been at the 4-6's ranch since 2006. I initially came as an intern when I was in college at Colorado State University, and I loved it so much that I came back. And while I was here, I then decided I wanted to become a veterinarian, and if I could become a veterinarian, my dream job would be to be a veterinarian at the 4-6's. So I just kept working that way, and then I've been at the 4-6's ranch full-time as a veterinarian since 2011, so going on 12 years now. And during that time, I initially did 1 year as an intern, and then I stayed on as the associate veterinarian, and then this past November became the horse division manager.
This is the Professional Bull Riders Team Series.
Nashville gets the win! Let the hats fly inside Bridgestone Arena! Nashville pulls off the upset!
Listen to this crowd. Look at that team. What an incredible moment for the Nashville Stampede.
Get your tickets now at PBR.com and Ticketmaster.com.
I had to find a way to help. And my way was to find a link in the chain that would allow me to do something positive. Through the TIP program, I were able to make a significant difference in a large number of lives. It really is a dream come true, but lots of people have the capability of doing this.
It's incredibly difficult to train a horse for 3 different events, but it's pretty magical to get up in the morning and do what we love, and we get to do it alongside the people that we love. Someone once told me that if you try to get a horse 1% better each day, at the end of 100 days, they're going to be 100% better. They're going to fight for you, and they want it as much as you do.
I should have been
saw me coming. I could be dangerous, I could be famous, have my name, maybe in all of the papers, saying I'm wanted by the law and every woman. Yeah, they call me the Southpaw. They call me the Southpaw. I could be dangerous, I could be famous, have my name, maybe in all of the papers, yeah. Not a minute goes by that you ain't on my mind. Not a place in my heart that you don't occupy. I miss you. And if I could, I would crawl through the phone. Yeah, this drink gets me by, but it don't get me home. Are you sleeping? I ain't sleeping. So I wrote you a song, 'cause it's been so long since I've looked in your eyes. If there was a way I could see you today and hold your sweet, sweet smile, I'd be there, I'd be there, I'd be there. I'm watching the clock, but the clock doesn't care. I'm the star of a show called I Wish I Was There, babe, I miss you. And thinking of you puts a smile on my face, and it makes me forget that I hate this place. I've been dreaming, but I still ain't sleeping. So I wrote you a song, 'cause it's been so long since I've looked in your eyes. If there was a way I could see you today and hold your sweet, sweet smile, I'd be there, I'd be there, I'd be there. Not a minute goes by that you ain't on my mind. Not a place in my heart that you don't occupy. I miss you. So I wrote you a song, 'cause it's been so long since I've looked in your eyes. If there was a way I could see you today and hold your sweet, sweet smile, I'd be there, I'd be there, I'd be there, I'd be there, I'd be there.
Lexington, Kentucky. Just look at it. Oh, look, a horse. Beautiful. Now look at this. And this. Looking for the horsiest getaway in Kentucky? Look at Lexington.